get it built. So you handle all that. That's the point. You're all about to we raise our taxes as much as we're legally allowed to, whichever is. So once you get to that point, below that line, what should we have is every dollar that goes somewhere has to come from.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the 7:05 Danvers Finance Committee meeting. I think we're going to be starting with the ARPA overview tonight.
This is our last night of budget, and it will be mostly public works and a dive into some of the infrastructure projects from the warrant. But we will start with an overview of the town's American Rescue Plan Act spending plan that was reviewed and supported by the Select Board in September. A summary of that plan will be included in the budget document, and the full plan is available on the town website. It's on the finance webpage, or if you Google Danvers ARPA, the document is the first thing that will come up. So I thought we would start with kind of a summary of the town's ARPA plan with a brief sort of description for those who aren't familiar with it. It's the plan, the summary is on page 129 in the budget booklets. But I'll start with kind of an overview. So the town was allocated a little over $8 million out of a $350 billion plan that was passed by Congress and signed by the President. 2.88 million of that was directly allocated for the town, and 5.35 million was allocated. It was our proportional allocation through Essex County, but because Massachusetts, with a couple of exceptions, doesn't really have county government, the interpretation was that those funds were passed on to the municipalities. So we received our full allocation of 8.23 million. ARPA was announced in May of 2021, and Rodney was coordinating up front, sort of digesting the regulations as they came through, and we worked with our team of department heads to come up with a plan that we could present to the Select Board. So you can see the eligible uses, obviously responding to the public health crisis, looking at the negative economic impacts, looking at revenue lines that were severely impacted, premium pay for essential workers, and then investing in water, sewer, and broadband. This slide's a bit dated now. A lot has changed since September. They've loosened some of the guidelines, but the plan that we presented in September is still consistent with the regs today. And I guess just high-level note, so the regulations state that the funds must be obligated by December 31st of 2024 and fully expended by December 31st, 2026. And in the slides to come, we'll talk about some of the work's already been completed. Some of it is in progress, but there's a year one, year two plan, and we'll get into some of the details now. So the first slide here just shows kind of a summary. If you look at how the spending plan was allocated, the overwhelming majority of the funds are being directed toward general infrastructure, water, sewer infrastructure, and technology expenditures that were identified in our current capital plan. So these are dollars we would have spent anyway, but by capitalizing on the one-time stimulus from the federal government, we're able to, in some cases, catch up on those plans, in some cases make progress on those plans. And what that will do is leverage, it'll sort of take pressure off of future year capital budgets and give future select boards, finance committees, and town meetings the ability to reallocate dollars there that would have otherwise been spent on some of these projects. 12% of the funding is earmarked for public health, and we'll talk about that on a later slide. And then a small portion was identified for both premium pay and local economic recovery. So the general infrastructure, we looked at projects including paving, working on some of our not delinquent, but deferred or delayed capital outlay, town building improvements, and working to catch up on some playgrounds. So we have 4 paving projects totaling $1.365 million, which equates to about 5.5 years worth of local funding for our roads. So each year we fund our roadways through a combination of Chapter 90, which is our state funds, which is around $890,000, and then the local supplement fluctuates from year to year, but it's generally between $200,000 and $300,000. So this is the equivalent of about 5.5 years worth of local funding for the roads, which will allow us to catch up on a lot of the projects that wouldn't have otherwise been covered by Chapter 90. There's $260,000 allocated in the plan to finish updating 12 Sylvan Street, which is the building across the street, which is the home of the food pantry and the Danvers credit union. And these improvements will also make the second floor accessible as additional office space to alleviate some of the space constraints that we have. $483,000 has been allocated for catching up on some of our deferred capital outlay, 2 dump trucks, 2 utility trucks, and a grounds division tractor. So these are things that came out of the capital plan that won't show up in upcoming capital plans. And there are 3 playground projects that had been deferred in recent budgets, totaling $380,000 to bring us back into compliance with the 20-year playground plan that the Recreation Committee maintains. Water and sewer was one of the identified priorities in ARPA. We have some major projects planned using these funds in those divisions, the largest being a $1.2 million Cabot Road water main replacement, which is a year 2 project we're looking at. This comes right out of our 2017 capital plan for the water distribution, and will help us stretch the bond authorization the town meeting gave us to borrow to do some of this work. So that will extend our ability. We won't have to make borrowing to do that. So this will enable us to accomplish a couple more projects within the same appropriation that we already had in place. We have a $1 million project to address issues related to the deterioration of a culvert. Most likely, we're looking at Conant, Poplar, and Elliott, where we've had a lot of erosion. In the future, these are the kinds of costs that would hopefully be captured in the stormwater utility, which our town engineer, Stephen King, has been working diligently on to present at some point to the Select Board Finance Committee and town meeting, so that we can start to better align the contributors to our stormwater impacts with the funds necessary to make those repairs. And then one of the projects we've completed already, we had a key sewer main crossing, the Crane River, that was at risk of failure, which would have been a major problem with the DEP if one of our main sewer lines had let go into the Crane River. So that was a $300,000 project that we were able to complete. So that it was nice. These funds allowed us to take care of that before it became an emergency repair. Next category, $1 million of the $8 million was sort of held back for unanticipated public health related costs. We've talked a lot about the reimbursements the town has received for COVID related costs. One of the reasons that it was important to designate these funds for should there be another surge, et cetera, is that Congress has made pretty clear that the funding for this pandemic is winding down. There have been efforts in Congress to claw back funds that aren't used. So we've relied on the CARES Act and FEMA to reimburse the town for expenses incurred looking back, but our expectation based on conversations with MMA and our delegation is that the state and federal government will be pointing to ARPA in the event that we incur costs moving forward. We've paid for booster clinics using some of these funds. We've paid for contact tracing using some of these funds. As we get closer to the 12/31/24 deadline to obligate funds, if some or most of these funds are still available, we'll be going back to the Select Board and making a second round of recommendations to them for capital projects that we can accomplish. But we want to get further into this before we make a recommendation like that. Technology was another major area. When the department heads prepared a lessons learned memo for the Select Board last year, coming out of the darkest part of the pandemic, one of the key observations for us was that our financial platforms were woefully outdated in terms of meeting the surge in demand for being able to do business online and remotely. So we're looking at updating the website. We're looking at implementing the consolidated organization-wide e-permitting program that we discussed a couple nights ago. We were able to accelerate the refresh of our data center, which was a capital expense we would have incurred in the next couple years. And we're gonna be updating the town's financial system. I think we're one of a number, you can count on one hand the number of communities in the Commonwealth still using the financial system that we use in Danvers. It's a considerable capital cost up front. It's not an unreasonable operating cost moving forward, but we in recent years have had a hard time making the case within our limited capital budgets that we should fund that switch over. This was the perfect opportunity to make that switch. It's going to make it a lot easier for the treasurer collector's office to manage the cash in, cash out. It's also going to make it a lot easier for the public to do business with the town. So we're very excited about that. Economic recovery, we made a presentation in the fall to the board with some concepts for how to offer relief to individuals and small businesses who are impacted. We're anticipating a presentation. We're going to be circling back with the select board probably in May, at latest in June, to get sort of final sign-off on the concept for that, and we hope to be pushing that out using a panel of community stakeholders from various organizations to help receive applications and make determinations about how to utilize these funds. And then the last was the premium pay component of the ARPA plan. So we have about 415 employees. We looked very carefully at the criteria that were spelled out in the federal guidance. Ultimately, we looked at the window of time during the emergency declaration period. We looked at those departments or members from certain departments who are out there on the front lines, at risk, exposed. So we have some of our custodians who are cleaning office spaces after positive cases or fogging spaces where COVID was detected, public safety, our public health employees. So ultimately around roughly 100 employees qualified for this under the criteria that we used, about 25% of our staff. And the payment was a maximum of $2,000 if they had worked for, essentially the cutoffs were 75%, 50%, or 25% of the days within that emergency period. So if you worked 76% of that period, you qualified for a $2,000 premium payment and so forth. And those payments have been made, so this is complete. So I think I flew through that fairly quickly. Again, this is in the back of the budget book. There's a summary. The full plan is on the website. We'd be happy to take any questions that folks have about the ARPA plan.
Sally?
Thank you. Thank you, CR, and thank you, Steve. One question I had, just in the very first page, I suppose, is you talk about 8.23 million allocated to Danvers. So where are those funds right now? Are they in the hands of the town, or is it something you apply to reimburse, or how does it work?
It's a good question, and I did skip over that. So the funds are being distributed in two tranches. So the town has received the first tranche, so we have the first 50%, and it's not a reimbursement. Every other expenses are normally reimbursement-based, so you expend the money and then you get paid back, obviously. In this case, they send us the first half, and I don't think a date has been determined yet, but at some point in the next year or so, the second half will come in. And again, the obligation, those funds have to be obligated by year's end of 2024.
And then expended by the end of
26.
26. So we've gotten half of it, a little over 4 million, and some of it has already been expended. For instance, the funds to employees that were at high risk. But it sounds like most of the rest of it is in planning stages and et cetera.
So we worked with we lined up the assumptions about when the funds would be available with the cost of these particular projects and tried to allocate half the projects up front. We're working, how fast can David Lane and his teams get these projects out to bid and start them. So you'll see some of the larger projects are year 2 projects, meaning once the second half of the funds come in, we'll be doing some of these projects. Some that are in progress are ones.
It's funny, I thought year 2 meant that we're in year 2 of the project.
It was really, we should have clarified, sort of first half, second half.
It's okay, I mean, year 1, year 2 is fine, I thought it meant something different than what you just said.
Appreciate the question.
So, for instance, the projects listed here for technology, they say in progress, most of them. So there are things that are being explored and considered so far. I guess I'm just trying to figure out how much of the first tranche has been expended.
I don't know if you want to, so for a lot of these, like, we've gone through the procurement process, we've selected a vendor, entered a contract. So for example, we've secured a contract with the e-permitting vendor, we've secured a contract with the financial software system vendor. So the payments within those contracts will be based on milestones. At this, I couldn't tell you as of today what % of the first $4 million is spent. Very little would be my guess, because a lot of the projects Dave and his team are going to be doing are probably going to get rolling this summer. But like the $300,000 sewer repair, that was one of the first ones we did because we didn't want to have that failure occur.
Thank you.
Ted?
Okay, thank you.
Mike?
I'm all set.
Paul?
Well, I think all of this money is going to help the town in many, many ways. However, I'll be very honest with you. When I first heard your presentation, I don't know how many months ago, and saw the numbers, all the money on paving just didn't sit with me. I'll be honest with you right up front. I just, wait a minute, okay? All right, this is about people who suffered, people who responded, took care of them, et cetera. So the things that you talk about, restaurants that closed, that all came right out to me. I was positive towards water and sewer, because if those things fail, not comfortable. All right? And they're all situations, we don't know what could happen. Drinking water, how much are we spending on improving drinking water? Because I don't know if that's been mentioned or if that's in there somewhere, I missed it. But that was right up front when they talked about investment, water, sewer, broadband, I can understand, because now you're doing everything from home and you're all kinds of stuff like that. Clean drinking water, support vital wastewater and stormwater. Okay, those are all the things that immediately came out when you folks explained everything to you. But then when I got, I don't know, whatever it was, 101.3 million in paving, I really was trying to reconcile that in my own mind as a person looking at it. Is it that the feds and the state or whoever's in charge, have they softened it now that we could include paving?
That was part of the, so what changed was the amount. I'm going to get into the weeds for a second, and Ronnie's going to correct me as soon as I get going.
Okay?
So the revenue replacement was the catch-all in the ARPA guidance. So initially, there was a formula that was developed for determining what a municipality's lost revenue actually was, looking at everything from your meals tax the prior year to reimbursements you were getting from the state. So we put a plan together that was consistent with that. In the months that followed, enough municipalities across the country got back to the feds and said, based on your formula, we can't spend any of these dollars. So the revised guidance said the first $10 million any municipality receives from Key West, Florida to Spokane, Washington can fall under revenue replacement. In other words, you can spend it on anything that a government normally spends its funds on. Mm-hmm. So the plan in September was consistent with the guidance at the time. The guidance became looser, so we're still in compliance with that. But the paving was consistent with the guidance in the fall, and it's consistent with the guidance in the spring. And philosophically, when we worked with the department heads, it was, this is a one-time revenue, so we want to spend it on things that we would otherwise be spending bond dollars, free cash, capital cash on, because every $1,000 we catch up on our capital plan using these dollars is a future $1,000 that is available for town meetings to spend on something else. So the paving we're doing now, we need to do, it's going to take pressure off of our funding of.
No, like I said, there's no question, this money spent's going to help the town. But here's the second thing that followed in my thought process was, we're not over this. We're not through this yet. We don't know. We think we are. We hope we are. But who knows what the winter's going to bring? We don't know, with variants, et cetera. So I'm happy to see that you're holding back $1 million, I think. And is that, how long would you, and maybe you can't answer this, but how long will you hold that back? I know you have to spend it at a certain time, but at what point do we have to make a decision? Here, my problem is when I look at restaurants closing and people suffering, et cetera, and how we have to take to them, and and your points are well made about the testing and all the other things that we did as a town. I don't think people realize that. It costs money. So I'm happy that you're keeping $1 million back, at least right now. Judiciously, hopefully, we hold it back until we think we're fairly confident that we're gonna get through this and over the hump, and then it's not gonna come up, and next thing you know, half the town's closed down again. That's where I'm coming from.
So I would say two things to that. We have $1 million that we're holding in reserve to see what happens. We also have $4 million worth of projects, including some paving, that are planned on paper, but if something went wildly wrong next winter, we would abandon that paving and we still have access to those funds. We go back to the select board, have a conversation, we probably reallocate some of those funds. So until the dollars are spent, we still retain some flexibility with that. And the idea with the $500,000 for local aid essentially is supplementary to like the PPP program that was rolled out to support local businesses. A lot of the social service organizations have been supporting individuals. This is something that we can custom tailor ourselves for Danvers small businesses and Danvers residents. In some cases, hopefully, folks that wouldn't necessarily have qualified for some of those other things. So it's meant to supplement.
What you've just explained to me is what I'm happy to hear is flexibility.
Yeah.
Flexibility is important in this situation and in this crisis. No further questions.
Mike?
Thanks. I mean, I think the thing that I'm happiest about is that, especially when the guidelines were loosened, we didn't go out and look to make expenditures that would actually end up conceivably give us continued obligations going forward. And that was always my concern as this money was coming in, that we would, as much as we might like to develop certain new programs, you know, this is more or less like a grant in some respects, and you always get nervous when that grant is there for 2 years, and then all of a sudden we've got a program that we have to continue to fund. So I think in looking through all of these things, you know, that you're absolutely right. Not only are they things that we need to do, not only are they things that we won't have continued obligations for, but many of them are things that will actually make it cost less money going forward in certain areas, because we're making improvements and changes in areas, especially in the technology standpoint, that should help us going forward and reduce our costs in the forward. So I think it's overall it's been a good thing from that standpoint. So.
Eric?
Thank you. One question in general, what didn't make the list? That if it was slightly more, are there projects that you really were trying to squeeze in that just couldn't get done, that we would anticipate maybe that $1 million if we don't have another variant that?
Well, I mean, the big,
Those two have a
yeah,
list of
don't ask those guys. Yeah. No, I mean, I think, you know, I would argue that, I mean, you know, we have a lot of constraints on our general fund. I mean, we operate within $100,000 of our levy limit almost every year. But an area where we are particularly constrained right now is in the water and sewer side. And that's really a function of, you know, we can sell as much electricity as we can generate, but we're limited on the amount of water that we can sell. And so we have a very old system that is plagued by new surprises and crises all the time, like PFAS, that is very expensive to maintain. So certainly not $1 million project, but if it were many multiples of that, it would have been wonderful to pursue the issues we're having with our supplementary wells, where we have some both PFAS and mechanical issues at those wells. But that's something we're working with the state on, because that's a bigger number than the totality of our ARPA funds.
Right.
But honestly, if the public health dollars aren't expended, we would probably be going back to our capital plans and saying what's at the top of the list that fits within this, so that we can take that pressure off next year's town meeting.
Great, thank you.
Any questions from the audience? Bill?
Excuse me. Thank you. Bill Bates, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 4. Through you, Mr. Chairman, could I ask the Chairman of the Board of Selectmen, did I miss when this $8.2 million was discussed at the Select Board hearings? I usually do pretty good watching them, but I didn't remember seeing $8.2 million being discussed?
Yes, you may ask the question.
Oh, I have to wait for the answer. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, the selectmen had a full presentation.
September 20.
September 20th, thank you.
Thank you so much.
And it was on the agenda. It was posted, yeah, it was.
Posted
No,
on
it's
our agenda.
huge news, and I'm sorry I missed
Our
it.
agenda was, and I'm sure you can go back to the Mark.
Absolutely, thank you. A couple of my questions, I noticed education did not get any allocation out of this 8.2 million. May I ask why?
Two reasons. First is ESSER, so schools had access to their own form of stimulus. And then secondarily, you know, the collaborative nature of the relationship with the schools and their capital needs. We help them budget their capital each year, so the $1 million we're spending on paving indirectly benefits them because it allows us to continue to keep up with their capital needs. And so I would argue that Dave and his team, in many years, prioritized the school side needs, so we're able to keep up pretty well with our schools. So it's often the town side where we're falling behind on some of these things.
And I would mention, I watched the meeting last night, and Tuesday night, and the commitment to education in this town is fantastic. There's no question about it. How about taxpayer relief? Did anybody say, you know what? People are paying $7,000, $8,000, $9,000 a year to live in this town. What if we take some of this 8.2 million and put it towards reducing their tax?
The federal guidance doesn't allow that, but I would argue that we're doing exactly that in that this $1 million culvert repair would have been funded in an upcoming capital budget anyway. So we have a never-ending list of capital needs in this town. We will never be caught up with all of our capital expenses and infrastructure needs. So really, what these funds did wasn't allow us to reduce costs. It was allow us to extend our spending. So we were able to catch up or get ahead on some of these things. And, you know, we're now paying cash for some projects we would have borrowed, so we won't have to pay interest on those as well. So.
And I appreciate that, but that's, you know, those things, you got 32% of this money going to water and sewer. That's rate supported. And people pay that through their tax, through their rates, their water and electric rates. I'm thinking, you know, why didn't somebody say, you know what, this is to replace revenue. We were hit on our hotel and motel tax terribly. Our meals tax took a hit. That's all money that we taxpayers had to pay. And I just think out of 8.2 million, we should come up with some that somehow gives the taxpayer a break. And again, I respect what you're saying, but it's 32% for water and sewer, it's 30% for general infrastructure, and all the numbers you went over. I just wonder if there wasn't something in there we could have done to say, you know, Paul mentioned mentioned paying for the paving, something we could have done to save the taxpayers on that tax bill.
Okay, I don't have a direct response, but I would let you know, I don't know about you, but I pay my property taxes, my water bills, and my electric bills out of the same checking account. So I pay all three of those. Most taxpayers
point.
pay all three of those. So
Good point. Thank you.
we're lucky to have control over our utilities, I think.
May I just
Yeah,
ask
go ahead.
kind of a philosophical question? Thinking about, you know, the months that were the worst, or, you know, in February, March of 2020 through the summer of 21, how did it impact revenues? It's a little hard for me to tell in our budget books because in the revenue summaries, it talks about figures for fiscal 2020, but it doesn't show, well, how is that different from the year before, for instance? So I'm just trying to get a sense of how did it impact, generally, I mean, I don't need specific numbers.
Yeah,
but
so roughly, when we put a budget together in January of 2020, and we ended up revising that budget in March, presenting it in June, and then revising it a third time in the fall, if memory serves, we were close to $2 million. We had to reduce a number of revenue lines, so motor vehicle, you know, hotel, motel, meals. So the increases that are appearing in the FY23 budget, I do not bring us all the way back to where we were in 2020, but we had I think it was 1.86, that number stuck in my head, about a $1.86 million drop in our non-tax revenue. That's increasing again, but we're not back to where we were. So the increases this year haven't brought us back to where we were pre-pandemic.
Thank you.
Any
That
other
would be a helpful, actually, I think Ronnie's gonna think, that would be a helpful slide for the budget next year to see what those local revenue categories did from FY '19 to FY '24.
I mean, those two things, hotels, motels, and meals taxes, are a pretty small portion of our budget. But
A
it just,
relatively large portion of our non-tax
the non-tax.
budget, yeah, but they. Yeah, you're a couple $1 million.
Okay, well, thank you.
Any other questions? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we'll move into the Public Works.
While David Lane makes his way, I'll do my overview, and then I think then we can get into the weeds. So the Public Works tax-supported budget, if you go to page 45 in your budget books, this is the roll-up of the 5 non-utility divisions that we have in Public Works. You can see here, overall, the salary and wages are up 2.3%, and that includes the conversion of several part-time positions into a new floater position that will be shared by a number of our divisions. This is something we're experimenting. I'll be perfectly honest, we have some division heads who are trying to figure out how it's going to work, but we've assured them that we will be there with them every step of the way. But the concept is, we have a lot of seasonal needs in our different public works departments. It's become very hard to hire, vet, train, and then say goodbye to these seasonal employees, multiple times a year. So we were able to collapse the funding for several part-time positions into a new full-time position that will spend part of the year working with the buildings division, part of the year working with forestry and grounds during their peak needs. Indirectly, we're hoping this will be a way for us to onboard new employees who will eventually make their way to one of those divisions, and then we can hire somebody else to come in and get some exposure in the different divisions. But it'll provide coverage where we need it and make it a little easier. It'll reduce the number of seasonal employees we have to hire from year to year. Also included in this budget is the new building mechanic that we discussed the first night. And if you look in the budget, you'll note this position is not completely offset, but considerably offset by a reduction in overtime, because this new position will allow us to have coverage on night shifts when we otherwise would have to backfill on overtime for some of those. So the building supervisor made a presentation to us. He actually has made this presentation to us for a couple of years, but this is the year that we were able to move forward with that. Part of the operating increase, obviously, we put the HVAC back out to bid and had a considerable increase. We had an increase in our cleaning contract, and it's not really reflected in the budget, but it's time to start talking about solid waste, which David has already started having conversations with our contractors, because, and we've joked about this, it's hard to, we forgot that before the pandemic, trash and recycling was like the most important topic we were talking about, and that quickly was thrown off the radar, but it hasn't gone away, and it's something that we have to start wrestling with. So I'm sure there are questions, and I would invite David up for questions about the tax-supported budget, but that's the high-level summary of what's changing in an overall 3% increase.
David, do you have anything before we start peppering you with questions?
No, fire away, sir.
Eric?
It's funny you bring up trash. I was going to ask for a recap of where things stand on the trash and recycling. That just stuck in my mind, and it doesn't look like there's an increase here, but if you could remind us what we're in for, that, as Steve alluded to, there's a growing concern.
Yeah, so we're ending our 10-year contracts on disposal, refuse collection, and recycling collection. They all end next June. So a year from this June, they end. So it's one of the biggest topics we're going to have right as we begin this year is, what are we going to do about the renewal and putting out the bid those contracts? I've had one proposal from our disposal contractor about a new contract with them that I won't even show it to Steve. So I'm that unhappy about it. So right away, that's not good with disposal. Recycling, we know we've been at the bottom of the market. We got our contract at just the right time. We got in right when the market was great, so we're gonna see an increase in our recycling of perhaps over 20%, between 20 and 40% increase on our recycling costs likely. So we've got to figure out what to do about that. On trash, we're gonna have decisions. How many containers? How do we pick up the cans? Many haulers are going to automated collection now, so we have a lot of decisions to make about that also.
Thank you.
Mike?
I guess to stay on that.
Sure.
So, in your experience with that going forward, would you anticipate that we would be able to negotiate another 10-year contract? Would we want to do that, or would we be more likely to go with a shorter-term contract at this point?
So I've had very good experience with the 10-year contracts in the past. And actually, one, it was like an 8, and we renegotiated it and got that a little bit longer. Worked well. Right now, with the economy the way it is, we may have to look at something shorter, just because the economy, we're on such an upwards curve right now that it might not be the time to do the long-term contract. However, we're going to be doing a lot of legwork with what are the other towns doing around us, what information can we get from the state, we'll talk to the haulers. We may even go out for RFPs both ways. Give us a short and a long-term proposal. That's probably how we'll end up doing it. Let the numbers speak for themselves.
Let's just, for the sake of argument, say our increase in year one is $500,000 for the two of them. What are the mechanisms? I mean, one obvious way would be to try to control it within our existing budget, but that would be a significant budget buster for us going forward. What would the other ways that other communities have dealt with this in terms of revenue increases, ways to increase revenues to accept this?
So the state is pushing pay-as-you-throw on the communities. That's what their drive is, and smaller containers out on the curb, picking up fewer and smaller containers. And that has the benefit of you get a reduced waste stream. You're collecting less trash, you're disposing of less, so you save money. You're picking up less cans and you're disposing of less. Danvers has never felt good about pay-as-you-throw in the last 20 years I've been here. That's what the state's pushing. That's out there changing how many cans we put out or what kind of materials you can put out and maybe going automated. That can help reduce our costs. Remember, we used to have 5 barrels, we used to have 6, then 5, then we've got down to 3. We've changed that. That saved costs last time. Then we're looking at other revenue sources. Some communities have a refuse charge on like the utility bill. On your quarterly water bill, you could have a refuse charge, which is another source of revenue but it's still a tax. It's outside the tax rate, it's outside the levy, but it's still a fee. That's another way communities have done it.
How many, in the surrounding communities, how many communities do you think within 15-mile radius of us have what I guess we would describe as free trash pickup?
Nothing's free. Well said. So us, Salem, Peabody, all of us are still funding it through the tax base. Beverly has a trash user fee on their utility bill. Don't know if it covers all the costs. I haven't seen the numbers. The smaller communities around us have gone to more as a pay-as-you-go type system. And Gloucester has a hybrid partial pay-as-you-go system also. But it's us, Salem, Peabody that are all right around us. They're all pay it through the taxes.
And are they do you know, are they in similar positions as we were, in which they got sort of negotiated at the really right time 10 years ago when they're in a relatively low rate and are probably going to face similar questions to what we are in the next year or two?
Well, I don't think anybody did as well as us last time, but
Yeah.
I don't know yet. I've got to get their dates where they all are in their contracts. We'll know soon.
Okay, great, thank you.
Paul?
Just a couple of quick ones. How do we do on snow removal and ice and that thing with the budget?
Right at the budget.
We made it.
Well,
Knock on wood?
Ron and I, we're close.
I don't
At
wanna
least,
jinx
at least we're not like, we're close.
I don't want to jinx
We
you.
might be just a touch over, but we're close.
Okay. A couple of items now, and it crossed my mind looking at if you go to 52,408, start there with plumbing maintenance contractual.
Yeah.
I looked at those and I saw plumbing, and I saw heating, I saw painting, I saw electrical maintenance, and then I saw 52,422, which was HVAC. And it just, the numbers started to add up.
Yeah.
It was looking like we're getting in excess of, I don't know, $500,000.
Right.
And I was just wondering, and it's not even a recommendation, it's just a thought, with all our resources in town, is it or can it not be less expensive to contract all that out and just employ people, all-around maintenance people, to do some of that? Maybe HVAC, I don't know, is it too complicated, or is it just pie in the sky for me to?
Oh, no, that's an analysis we run every year.
Yeah.
And that's why you see the building mechanic position up there, and that's why I believe the select board and the town manager approved that position going forward, because they see our ability to do some work in-house, that with the prices we're getting from contractors right now, it's hard to get them, and the prices are through the roof. So as we watch that, we'll see how the contracts go. Perhaps the contract prices are gonna come down in the years to come, but right now they're escalating on us. So that's why we have the maintenance mechanic in the budget. That actually is
Yeah.
saving money.
I don't know, I don't know the makeup of it, but if, when we talk electrical, we've got this, I don't even know if it correlates, but, the kind of things that, painting is somewhere like, I don't know, $30,000 for the engine two, and another, I don't know, what was it, this building?
15
and,
for this one,
And then
yep.
the senior center.
Sure.
It just seems that the town, with our potential resources, would be able to consolidate some of this stuff to general men and women who have handyman-type skills.
Yep.
And now, I don't know what that would do to the hourly wage, the benefits, and things like that, because then you get into a different situation, but.
So a couple things I can add. The HVAC, because of the complexity of the HVAC systems,
Yeah.
and the fact that we contract with a company, we get more than an employee. We're getting all the training, the benefits of that company.
Right.
And we went out to bid twice on that to try to get a lower price, and we compared with other towns, that's where it is. We have one town electrician right now. With the electrical prices right now, we're evaluating, should we have 2 town electricians? Plumbing, right now, we don't have a licensed plumber on staff. It's never made sense for us to have a licensed plumber. Suddenly, the plumbing costs, it's getting close to maybe we need to think about a plumber at some time on
Okay.
board.
Well, I'm glad you're thinking about it.
Absolutely.
The last question I have for you, and this isn't on your line item at all, but because I was involved a little bit with the facilities down at the high school, where are we with the condition and the longevity of the turf and track as it regards to eventually having to replace them?
So, I believe the turf is 7 years old. That's
Something like
It's
that.
right around 7. We're under a 12-year warranty, hoping to get 15 out of it. So I know Travis and the grounds crew are working hard to do that. They've done some repairs. The
Right.
biggest thing we're working is to try to keep up with the repairs, try to keep up with the fluffing on it, so we can get close to, at least get to 12 and maybe 15. I have heard of towns having to do it before 12. So we're on somewhere that 12 to 15-year window.
Excellent, okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for a well-prepared budget, I appreciate it.
Mike?
Mr. Pollock pickpocketed my 3 items, so I'll just ask you one that one person was asking me in town. He lives on Rowell Road. He says every time a truck goes down there, his house shakes, so evidently he's got a bad bump in the street or something.
Yeah, there's a utility trench down there we're working on to try to get repaired better.
Okay, he told me to make sure I brought that up for you.
Did your job.
That's it, thank you.
Ken?
Just to revisit the trash, so do I read this right now, for the town, we pay a total of $670,000 for trash removal? in a year?
No, that's just for the disposal.
Okay.
You gotta add 3 lines together. You gotta add the
That's,
refuse, you gotta add, that's $1 million. Yeah, you gotta add the 630 for the disposal, recycling collection, refuse collection. Add those 3 numbers. So those, recycling's like 200.
yeah, that's, okay.
See, then collection's like
Yeah.
4,
Yeah.
and then the 630.
Okay. So
It's a $1 million operation.
Okay. And the trash, like, how many multiples of this number is the contract you're afraid to show Steve? You
Oh,
can
well, I
you
mean,
can
they were
whisk-
talking like,
Here, hold your hand up so he can't see it. You show me.
yeah, right. Well, like right away, they want like go up to a 5% cost of living escalator every year.
Every year.
So right away, they want
Yeah,
that up
that's
there.
cool.
They want fuel. It's
Yeah.
so
Yep.
it wasn't good.
Okay. So, I guess Mark's kind of ballpark, we're probably definitely looking at a 500 plus escalation in that per year.
So,
I know you don't want to negotiate against yourself in
Yeah,
case they're
it's-
listening at home,
yeah, right.
but,
It's gonna be, I mean, we're looking at a few $100,000 increase next
Okay.
year.
okay.
We gotta get there. We did last time. We found a way last time.
Then, recycling, are there any, like, you know, money is one thing that we contribute to the town, but every Monday morning, I feel like a dope. I go out and I sort my recycling. I put my kids don't do it. Literally, the way I start my week is I go outside and I pick the soggy recycling cans out of the blue recycling bag, put them in one, and put the cardboard and everything else in the other, and put them out on the curb. And then, you know, I'm sure you get an earful, and then the same one truck comes up the street and dumps both in the back. And it's, you know, over the course of a year, it's not a small amount of time that I spend doing that. So I guess I'm asking if there's I know why it happens is because they sub the trucks in and they're not supposed to. But I guess I'm asking, how can we avoid that in the future? Like, I don't mind doing it if it's for a good cause, but, you know, I'd rather not sort jelly beans if my kids are gonna go pour them all back into the same jar.
Your cause right now is $80,000 a year savings.
Yeah.
That's why it's, the Greenworks plant down there in Saugus was originally designed to take in dual streams,
Yeah.
like we do. They've since swapped that.
Yeah.
It's a single stream facility down there.
Yeah.
And they've changed that. And now most of the towns around us are single stream communities.
Yeah.
So I asked JRM, what if we just let our communities mix everything together? And it was like an $80,000 number. It would be a change to our contract.
Right,
So we have to do our work separate, and then we're not violating the contract.
Okay. So, yeah, I as a taxpayer, I'd be willing to pay for single stream, just so you know.
It seems like we're headed there anyways.
Tell me how much. Tell me how much. Not for everybody. For me, I'll put a gold sticker on my trash can. That guy can put single stream it. He paid. All right? And that's really all I have.
These guys got all my questions, but thank you.
I think I've got, software. The software increase?
So most of the software is a new change to our work order system. We have to upgrade the system. When people call in and report a utility trench or a pothole or a tree, that system has become outdated. We need to replace it. So we're going to replace it with a system that we're currently using at the schools. We have a system where the teachers, principals, school leaders can put in a work order for their schools. It goes through an approval system and then back to the guys doing the work. We're going to do the same system for our DPWs. That's the biggest increase.
And then, kind of on the trash, you know, that's been the topic of the night. What's happening up at the landfill and the transfer station? Any changes up there, or?
So the transfer station, as we know, we own the land under the transfer station. Covanta owns the building and the license to operate the transfer station. Back 10 years or 8 years ago, we negotiated with them to take over the operation of the scale house.
I remember
that saved
that.
a couple $100,000 a year
Yep.
for them to operate the scale house. We don't always like how they do it, but it saves a couple $100,000 a year. We own the scale house. So they have a license to run that transfer station. It's part of our disposal contract. So as we sit down to negotiate the disposal contract, we're going to find out how important it is to them to keep that transfer station going.
Okay. Interesting.
Because we control it.
Great. Thanks. Any questions from the audience? Bill?
Just first off the bat, I'm always complaining, and I'm happy to give a compliment here. We just finished 2.5 years of hell up in my neighborhood. I live at 14 Labeo Drive. The Smith School is 15 Labeo Drive. And I'll tell you, it's been a tough 2.5 years at construction. But I want to compliment our DPW and our electric division employees. Every time we had a terrible issue, and we had some winners, trucks that got stuck under trees, too big to come down the street, And every single time, whether it was a DPW employee or an electric light employee, they were so professional, courteous, and they got the issue fixed in no time. And I was just, I mean, they had to put a new wire on my house. Could we, Mr. Bates, is it okay if we come in your yard? You just couldn't believe the professionalism, so thank you for that. Now, why are we reducing trees and shrubs by 90%?
When we looked at obviously, when we got to the end, we needed to do some budget cuts. We looked at the trees and shrubs. There's another line item above that is planting material, and that's been covering what we need to do. And we have a separate line item for new trees, which funds the new road trees that we like to do. We also are funding new trees through our Chapter 90 program. So we're doing it that way also. We're covered.
Okay. Nova?
Nova Samade, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. I'm just going to jump into the trash conversation while we're at it. I'm actually a supporter of pay-as-you-throw, which I know you just said no one seems to be, but I am. I think citizens also need to pay attention to how much trash we create, that we shouldn't just throw whatever we want away whenever we want it, and we have to pay attention. And I know it's a different kind of trash, but we did, I assume a lot of people saw the article about Maine not taking our trash anymore. I know that was more construction trash, but they're now closing that to our trash. And we only have so much room to just keep throwing things out. So maybe if we do pay as we throw, people will reduce the amount of trash we make and save us money.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tim Donahue, Precinct 4. So I had asked this question a month ago at the Select Board meeting and threw a couple of numbers together just to see what was going on. I could be a bit off on this, but it looks like we have just under $450,000 allocated between gasoline, diesel, and heating oil between all the different departments, and that represents roughly a 3% increase over last year's budget. Now, since this budget was created in, roughly December, I believe it was, we've seen fuel prices grow. This quarter, they are extremely elevated. So I have a two-part question. One, how are we doing on that on this year's budget? And two, is a 3% increase really at all to be expected for this year's budget? I feel that's something we really need to address when we're talking around $450,000.
Yeah, so Mr. Donahue hit on the wild cards hitting this year's budget. The numbers you see before us, unleaded is $2.91. Diesel is $3.23. And that's through all the town budgets. That's the numbers. So the $2.91, that equates to about $3.15 like that you would pay at the pump. So the lowest I've seen is $3.80. So we're about 60 cents or about 20% low on what we're paying right now. So if we were to base the budget on what we're seeing at the pump right today, we'd have to increase these budgets by 20%, both these and in the police budget everywhere across the town. What our strategy's always been is something like this is to watch it until the last minute. I know that there's the ability to meet with the finance committee right before town meeting, and let's just watch the numbers. And if we have to make a last minute change, this is one of those times that we could recommend it, or we ride it in the next year, see what happens, and then that's what we look at, the reserve fund transfers, things like that. But overall, we're 20%, our budgeted numbers are 20% below the pump price right now, what we're paying.
Are we holding? Are we able to hold it at this point, you think, or you?
Boy, if I had the number on that, I could really make, because, we've already peaked, we've already gone up. We're at 4.25, pump 4.25, now we're down to 370, so.
We don't have any sort of longer-term contracts to bring that in. These are all market day prices for the most part, or we?
Yeah, so we have to do it. So we bid out an increment. We're market day plus an increment.
Okay.
That's the only way we can bid it.
When you say you bid it out, for what length of time?
A year.
A year?
Yep.
Okay. It's a year, yeah, okay.
Yep. But it's tank car price. There's a whole system how we get that price in.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I'll move the budget.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Next, we'll talk sewer. Overall, 7.5% increase, driven in part by the capital expenses that are planned for this year, which we'll talk about in a little bit as part of the capital discussion. The decrease in salary and wages does not represent a reduction in force. Two things happened this year. First, we have a number of our engineers are charged off to multiple budgets based on what their job descriptions have them doing. One of our engineers who is charged off to the sewer budget was being charged off at a portion of 33%. We discovered this year that should have been 25%. So the reduction here is just simply reallocating that engineer's time to the appropriate budget. And then second, we replaced one of our civil engineers at a lower rate of pay than their predecessor. So Dave's looking for his budget book. We've solved that crisis. So that explains the reduction. Really, at first was we replaced somebody at a lower salary, and we reallocated to the appropriate budget. Operating's up 2.3%. You're going to see a noticeable increase in debt service for both sewer and water. Those are planned as part of our capital improvements. In recent years, town meeting has authorized bonds for covering main replacement, sewer lining, et cetera. So these were planned debt that is hitting the books based on the projects that we've recently completed. And we carry a 2.5% increase in this budget for our assessment at the South Essex Sewerage District. Page 49 in your budget book, and we'd be happy to answer questions about the sewer budget.
Sally?
Thank you. So the debt expense, which appears on page 51, carries over onto page 52. There's this the fiscal '23 budget will be $252,000 over the prior year just for the debt service. And most of that is for recently issued debt, right? And as you just said, Steve, it's consistent with or the impact of votes town meeting has taken recently to fund various projects. One other thing that was the SESD increase, that is just an estimate at this point. We don't know yet what it will be.
No, I think we've received a preliminary number, so that, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, that's the actual number. So we've got the number in from their budget.
And of course, that's
Right,
allocated over several municipalities.
Well, actually, I think the SESD number might actually be a little lower than what's in the budget, but anything that it's unexpended and that would flow to the retained earnings the following year. So we could make an adjustment to the budget.
Right, the one in the budget's 2.5.
Correct.
And we've got their actual numbers coming in just slightly under that.
Okay, so the number in the budget, the increase is $101,000, and you're saying it's actually a little less than that?
Yes.
And we've anticipated that number going up for a while.
Yeah, we're afraid it's gonna go up next year based on but we're good right now.
I suppose in a budget of this size, it's kind of silly to worry about a $6,000 item, but it's support services, I think?
Sure, and the support services is when the town provides services to the division.
Oh.
So-
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that's broken out in the supplemental section.
Oh, and one other thing, I guess, no, I already asked, never mind, thank you.
I'm all set, thank you.
Mike?
I was wondering, just looking back at the ARPA funds, didn't that soften up some of the expenditures that you needed for the improvement of the water and sewer?
So if you look at the sewer budget, it's very level funded, and it's operational costs. The ARPA funds are helping with our capital program. So it'll help offset some future debt. We won't have to borrow money for projects. or we'll be able to do other projects instead.
All right, I just thought it might, okay,
Yeah, it does not that much effect on the operation.
all right, thank you, that's it.
I'm all set, thank you.
I'm all set, thanks.
Derek?
2 questions. Has there, water main breaks, I feel like I've seen more alerts on water main breaks, but I'd be interested in the reality behind that emotional response.
Well, here's the downside of being really good at getting the water main breaks, doing a good job communicating that. Now everyone hears about every single break. The breaks this year are actually slightly below average. We had this in the winter, when we had that real cold spell, that's when we got a lot of our breaks. However, we're starting to now get some of our roads that had the major breaks on them. Cabot Road is one, Cornell, the Route 114 work that got done, those are ones that we were getting a lot of breaks on every year. So we think we're gonna see the numbers tweak down on that.
And then, thank you. And then my last question, could you just explain how the pilot expense is calculated, payment in lieu of taxes? What's that line? 57804. That's on page 51. It's 112,000. I'm just, anytime I see pilot, I'm always wondering where it's coming or where it's going or how it got calculated.
So the difference between, in the electric budget, the pilot is based on sales.
Right.
In the water and sewer budget, it's based on property.
Okay.
So we have the water, the Canal Street property and some of the easements and things like that across town.
Okay.
And that's been a flat number that we haven't adjusted in several years.
Thank you.
Sierra, I have,
Yeah.
a moment ago, David, when we were talking about the use of ARPA money on a lot of the water and sewer infrastructure stuff, though it doesn't impact the operation number, the debt figures in this budget, future years, debt that would have shown up on here won't, because those projects will have been paid for with ARPA. Have I got that right?
Exactly right. Yep.
And we'll discuss a real example of that with the warrant articles, where we exhausted the 5 years of borrowing authorization on the water. Based on the retained earnings position this year, we're proposing a year of cash capital for that, so we're delaying by a year when we'll try to renew the authorization to continue the line work. So again, we look at this each time. Based on our cash position right now, we're gonna do a year of water main using retained earnings, which will be $750,000 we don't have to borrow interest for. So it's something we look at every year depending on the certified retained earnings. But for the ARPA money, that's exactly right. And I think some of the projects that would have otherwise been bonded won't be bonded.
Won't have to be.
In the short term.
Got it. Okay, thank you. That was it for me.
Anything from the audience? Bill? We're counting in different ways, but
No carrying away.
Bill Bradstreet, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. We're talking about a budget money. Everybody talks about money. How does I think it's a water service charge that's added to the water and sewer division, $17 every 3 months. How does that affect the budget, good or bad, or is there an effect?
It's a good question, and the answer is it doesn't affect the budget at all, because it's exactly like the fixed charge in the electric bill. So we have a roughly a $40 million electric budget. We collect a fixed charge from each ratepayer now.
Yes.
That does not increase the electric budget by a single penny. What it does is it changes the way that we charge the rest of the rate. So essentially, the first $7.50 of your bill is the fixed charge, and the amount you're paying based on the amount of electricity that you use, the rate on that is reduced across all ratepayers. So it doesn't affect the budget. It affects the way that the rate is allocated. It doesn't have any impact on the budget. Same with the water and sewer.
Okay.
And if that didn't make sense, if we can sit down and talk tomorrow, I'm happy to explain that further. But
Might do that.
yeah, the fixed charges are simply how the revenue we collect is allocated across all of the ratepayers. The budget is set based on expenses, so it's not additive. You're not adding those fixed charges on top of the budget. They offset a part of the budget.
I think I said before, it was a surprise when it was added to the bill for me, and I'm sure for other people. It's a charge. I want electricity, I pay the bill. One of the things with us trying to do the right thing was use less electricity. Well, then the town electric division gets less revenue. And I think some people were wondering if this was one way to augment the money coming in.
And it, like we discussed with the board, the cost of service study, the fixed charge in the electric was actually a recommendation that came out of the electric efficiency audit that was conducted a couple of years ago. It pointed out that we were one of very few utilities at this point in time that didn't collect any sort of base charge from its customers. Argument, and the logic, of course, being if you have a home that produces enough solar power to power all of your needs on a sunny day, you still need to have transmission lines and infrastructure in place to bring you power on a cloudy day. And that fixed charge is meant to offset part of that cost, because otherwise you're not contributing anything toward the on-demand service that you need as an electric customer.
And I think most of us understand we all need to contribute. That's why we pay taxes for the services we receive. And not to get back on something, but I don't think the townspeople appreciate the work and service that the trash haulers, or whatever you want to call them, do for the town. I don't think they appreciate how lucky they are that they'll take basically what we put out.
That was 2 questions, Bill.
I'll move the budget.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Great.
Next is the water budget, page 53 in your budget book. Very minimal change here in terms of salary and wages. We've filled some vacancies here, and we typically hire people starting at a lower rate than the retirees. The increase here, again, is a planned increase in the debt service based on the capital project plans and models that we have been working on in recent years. And again, part of the spike here is planned capital outlay replacement. So again, happy to take questions about the water budget.
Eric?
No question.
Mike?
Nope, nothing, thanks.
Paul?
Let me come back, okay?
Sure.
Thank you.
No questions.
No questions.
Sally?
Thank you. It looks to me, unless I'm not following the line across properly, that sludge removal is increasing by $25,000. It seemed like an unusually high bump up, looking back over time. Is there a reason it's that high?
Yeah, that's there to budget for an increase in our hauler, what we have to pay the hauler, and also we've looked at how much sludge that we're going to generate next year. We're anticipating to have a little bit more sludge based on operations, how it is. That number is still, we use a great hauler up in Middleton. It's still well below market. They've given us a great deal. Even at this increase, it's still a very good deal. We bid it out. Other bidders were higher than this one. So even though a big increase to this one, it's a good deal for the town.
Is this for removal, for instance, of stuff from working in the rivers and in the harbor and that, or?
No, it's the water that comes from Middleton Pond and then gets filtered. It's everything we filter out of the pond water.
Okay, from the water system, got it. And insurance is bumping up in this budget and in the sewer budget, I noticed. Just generally because of industry pressure?
That's just how they've done the allocation depending on the employees and such.
Pension reimbursements, again, this was in the sewer budget too. Is that the OPEB stuff? Is that what that is? It's at $82,000 in the water enterprise fund. And
I believe that's the pension assessment, so their share of, retiree pensions. Yep.
and again, though, the debt items are all items that town meeting has voted on in the past. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Questions from the audience?
He's got a half a question.
as was just mentioned, Bill Bradstreet, town meeting member, precinct 1, we have to pay to have the sludge removed. Is the sludge contaminated so it can't be dried out and used someplace for fill? I know that's the John George Park was where what came out of the river down there was piled. That was years ago when things were different. It was piled, dried out, and then used in Danvers in different areas. Can we do that with sludge, or is that a no-no as far as the state is concerned, or impossible because it might be contaminated? Whoever, oh.
I didn't mean to move you away. The sludge, or we like to call it sediment because it comes out of the water treatment plant. It is still a regulated substance. It might have some aluminum in it from the treatment process, other materials from the pond. So we're able to take it and put it in the sewer system at SESD. So it can go through the sewer treatment plant process. That's the most economical way to treat it. We can land apply it on a permitted site, which is in northern Maine. So it's much less expensive to take it to Salem.
Thank you. Yep, Tim?
Thank you. I'm actually going to channel Bill Clark for a second. It was a big thing for him talking about water storage and increasing water storage. Is that something that's dead in the water, or are we still looking into that?
It's a great pun. Dead in the water. I like that.
I know, yeah, take a big breath on that one. So we've stopped looking at Emerson Brook right now as far as increasing the height of that. We felt we got to the fatal flaw, went back again to DEP and struck out twice with Emerson Brook as trying to increase that. We are still in the middle of our Water Management Act negotiations with the DEP. With them, and we're on the regional task force for water supplies here in this basin. So we are continually working through that task force as far as what's the solution here. Is it a regional reservoir? Could be. That's something like that. So we're working through that with the other communities to see it. We're also working together with the city of Beverly and Salem, how our connection works with them and what we could do to enhance those connections. So if there was a reservoir over in that area, we could funnel water to Danvers. Yeah, yes. Well, yeah, we'd have to get water to Putnam and then, but there's been a location on Route 1 which has been identified for a good source for a regional reservoir. That water theoretically might have to run all the way through Putnam down to Salem, Beverly, and then back, but that's just going through pipes. They can do it. So we are looking at that. The other thing we need to do is we need to look at our wells, the longevity of our wells. We have one that's not in operation. What are we going to do with that? Are we going to ever be able to treat that water? We need to figure that out and keep well 2 going. So we're keeping those going and looking on a regional solution for the storage.
And I would add on that, we, on a call yesterday with the MMA's Energy and Environment Policy Committee, we talked about priorities for the year, and we've been in contact with our delegation and are really trying to make the push as an association. David described the North Shore Resiliency Task Force that's been spearheaded by Senator Tarr, which we've been active participants in. But the issue we have is we have a rate that's already stress tested almost every year, in part through our inability to sell more water. So accessing, free, zero interest loans from the Clean Water Fund doesn't do the town of Danvers any good because A, we can already borrow at almost zero, but we can't take on more principal in our debt load without having it adversely impact the rates because we can't sell more water. We're trying to convince the state, they're sitting on a lot of money at the state level in ARPA, and as an association, we're trying to make it very clear to them that whether it's a regional reservoir or funding the rehabilitation of wells like the ones in Danvers, those are projects we cannot do by ourselves at the local level. It's tens of millions of dollars to rehab the wells. In terms of developing a new reservoir, you're in the hundreds of millions of dollars before you blink an eye. So we need the state to partner with us on some of those. But it is still front and center because it's an issue that is not going away.
Paul?
You said, I believe, partnering with Salem and Peabody? Beverly. No, was it Beverly or Peabody?
It's Salem, Beverly.
Salem, Beverly. Okay. And you're going to look for new reservoir sources, water sources?
Yeah, so,
I think that's what you were.
yep, yeah, so it's been long identified that there's a location up on Route 1, right up in Topsfield, where
Oh, okay.
it would be a good spot for a regional reservoir. Then we'd have to connect that into a treatment plant, into our system somehow. But
But
that's,
it isn't in existence now. You'd be
doesn't
creating
exist.
it.
It's open land right now.
And you'd have to hook up with the 3 towns, correct?
Yep.
That brings me to my last annual question every year. What about desalinization? I know the town manager mentioned something about that last year when I asked the question. I know it's very expensive, but it's doable.
So it's doable. When we looked into that back about 15 years ago and ran the numbers, we presented the numbers on that. And at the time, we would need to site a plant somewhere. We need a piece of shorefront property to fit the plant. And then the energy costs to do the desalination were extremely expensive. So the
Right.
price per gallon went through the roof.
But if
So-
you did it in a regional, well, basically a regional with, let's say, Beverly, Salem, Danvers, and maybe the federal government, I mean, I have no idea what the costs would be, and I know they're enormous. But the government, we've been doing it for many, 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 many years.
Technology exists,
Yeah.
and there are many desalinization plants around the world that are shut down right now because they're not economical to run.
I see.
But it exists, and I think you're absolutely right that it probably would have to be done on a regional basis, just because of the economy of scale of the money. I think you're right on track with that.
Okay, David, I'll see you next year.
Yeah, right.
Dave, just remind us, which well is down?
Well 1 is not in operation. That's the one that's right next to 114 at the Middleton-Danvers line. So that has 2 issues. That's the one that the PFAS was determined in, so we want to we have PFAS. We also have an issue with sediment clogging up the well screens, which is a long-term problem, but it's not just the PFAS. We have 2 issues down there.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Mr. Chairman, just water distribution system, line 59176, up 1,800%.
That's debt service.
That's, yeah, debt service.
Yeah, so it's a new project coming online, so it shows as it's part of the 12% debt increase. Some of those lines are down 40%, some are up, but it blends out. Yep.
Move the water enterprise budget as requested.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
So next is,
If I could, Mr. Chair, just
Yes.
to remind everybody, I am a member of the Municipal Light Board. I do have an opinion from the town council, which indicates that the nature of my role as a Municipal Light Board member and also my role as a member of this board do not conflict with each other, and that there is no problem with me sitting during this hearing and taking a vote.
Thank you.
thank you, Mike. Electric budget starts on page 56 in your budget books. As is noted in the narrative, we're seeing a modest 1.5% increase in power purchase this year. After the dip we saw in sales during the pandemic, sales are back up to where they were a couple years ago in terms of sales. And over on the expenditure side, we're looking at roughly a 1.5% increase in 1.7% increase in expenditures, 1.3% increase in revenues. Largely a level service budget. I would make a couple notes here. First, the payment in lieu. We are in the 4th year of a 5-year phase-in of the new pilot payment. So next year will mark the end of that phase-in. But overall, the budget is looking at about the same projected year-end result as we saw last year. So level service budget, and kudos to David, Clint Allen, and Angelica Medina, our business manager, for the work putting this together. Before the questions, just the next slide, because this is asked every year, is what does the power purchase portfolio look like? I will not be able to channel my inner Clint Allen and give you a detailed overview here, but you can see the largest pieces here being nuclear, the dark blue and the gray, and then we have a variety of other sources, including wind and hydro, and we allocate a small portion of our budget each year, our power purchase budget, to market. So we want to have a little bit of flexibility, but not a lot of exposure in terms of the market. But I think I'll stop there. I know there will be questions, and David and I would be happy to talk about the power purchase as well as the operating budget. And we will be talking about capital, I think that's, yep, shortly.
Sally?
Thank you. I always like to remind people that, I mean, the electric budget looks so different from all the other budgets. And one important, because of regulatory purposes, but one important difference is that they operate on a calendar year as opposed to the town's fiscal year. So this budget is referred to as their calendar 22 budget, which ends in December. The town budget will end on June 30th. But so that makes it's hard for my brain to handle that difference, I gotta say, most years. So one of the things I'm always curious about is the source. So if you could go back to that slide, please. And you mentioned the dark blue and the gray at the bottom left. Those are nuclear. Is that Seabrook and another source?
Millstone 3.
Say it again?
Millstone.
Okay. The accomplishments summary refers to the electric being designated a smart energy provider. Could you explain kind of what was involved in that?
So as far as a smart energy provider, we want to have a variety of sources for our power. We want to take advantage of non-carbon and renewable resources here. We also want to provide it to our customers in an efficient manner. That's through our electric distribution system, with our smart meters, and how we run that entire system. All gets into being a modern electric utility. All those factors weigh in. We also add in our outages, how many outages we had, the duration of those, to add it all together.
And that's how you became eligible for and got this designation?
Correct.
It seems that outages are minimal and very short when they are in place.
Yeah, and we'll see, there's another, we just, on a national indice, we were just recognized for having very low outages, you know, comparing us with our other utilities just like us. So we're doing very well right now.
Yeah, I'd say so. That's always been my experience.
And the biggest thing is I can plug is that we finally got to, so we can have a map that's on the website. So every resident town can jump on
In real time.
on your phone or on real time and see the outages there. It was, I never imagined how much work would be behind it to do that. You see National Grid doing it with all, but also all their employees, but all the backup behind it, getting that to make it so it's right. And the staff really worked hard and got it, and we're just really pleased at that. And I know the municipal light board was very pleased to finally have that in Danvers, where it's up on the website and it's real and it's accurate.
Amazing. Another thing in the summary was that you hope to utilize the DOER grant. What's DOER?
The Department of Energy.
It's for electrical vehicle charging stations.
Correct. So that's the Department of Energy, and the charging stations which you're starting to see around town. So far, we've been able to use those, purchase those with grant revenues. The one outside of Town Hall, the one at the Hobart Street parking lot. Now we have additional ones that we're going to put in at the high school. We want to put it at the senior center, so we're putting more around town.
And how will those work? If I was going to say a resident, but I suppose anybody could pull up to one of those stations and just plug into their
Put your credit card in. Yep. And because it's Danvers rates, we're a good place to charge. We can make money at it, and we're cheaper than anybody around. So it's a good thing.
Okay, those are my couple of questions. Thank you.
Every morning when I curse sorting my recycling, I remind myself how reliable our power is.
Yeah.
That's true. So I want to, I'm kind of, so it looks to me like we're getting close to 50% of our power from nuclear.
Yes.
Right now?
Yep.
It's, you know, it certainly hasn't affected my electric bill, I don't think, but I'm in the financial markets during my day job, and I'm keenly aware of the issues going on even before the Ukraine issues in the natural gas market in Europe and the impact it's had on people's power bills in the UK, for instance. And I've seen some literature or articles out there that question the resilience of New England's power grid in a similar way, pointing, I think, to some, the lack of transportation of some of the nat gas that comes out of the Marcellus Shale in Pennsylvania. Obviously, if we're like 50%, you said how much, what percentage of our power intake is fixed, or
On a whole, we're contracted for like almost 98%. So we're only 2% in the open market right now.
So
on average throughout the year.
And by open market, you mean exposure to spot prices,
Yep,
or
exposure to spot price. Yep.
Okay. How does that compare to a typical Massachusetts or New England community?
So a lot of utilities, well, they vary. Some want to be more in the market and do it. Most stay with us and try to stay under 10 at all times. So we want to be under 10% exposed at all times.
And the feedstock is close to 50% nuclear, fairly typical, similar?
Different. This community made a decision back many years ago to buy into Seabrook, to buy into Millstone. So we're a part owner in those places. So some communities bought into those, some didn't.
And how long are those plants in our consumption capacity?
Seabrook's is out to 2035, and Millstone 2045.
And 35, is that a useful life number where they're going to have to decommission, or you just have to get a new contract then?
Licensing number. It's licensed through there.
Okay. But it could continue to function?
It could.
Could.
Yep.
But,
I'm sure, and from the markets, we really need to watch what is the economic viability of nuclear power in the future.
Yeah.
We can run the plants, well, maybe Mark can talk more, but we can run the plants affordably right now, but they are getting more expensive to run all the time, and then we need to compare that to other things.
Right.
Yeah, they have to be rebuilt, right?
Yep.
And so, there's places in the world where nuclear power plants are being decommissioned because they're too expensive to run.
And because, I don't want to.
Oh, yeah, right.
And because they're politically unpopular.
Yep.
So that was kind of a lead into my next question. Given all the issues with grid resiliency in Europe as well as in the U.S., has there been any change in the political climate here for being more flexible with respect to getting access to some natural gas here, and things like that, or be more open-minded to extending and increasing our supply of nuclear power? Because there's people on TV now that argue nuclear is an ESG, is like is the greenest form of power that you could find.
So, as far as the latest thing is the mini nuclear powers,
Yep.
and it really, everything I've read, it doesn't seem like that's going to work in New England either. To cite a mini elsewhere, it might work. Here, because we're constrained on natural gas in this, we can't get enough natural gas into this region, and also because of the push towards renewables and non-carbon energy, everything's been on renewable and non-carbon. So we're out there looking for the wind power, the solar power, battery backup. That's where our emphasis is right now. And we're trying to add on any of those that we can that are economical. We're ahead of the curve on where we need to be according to the state goals, so we're able to choose the contracts that are economically good for the town. We don't have to pick them all. We have a room for margin, but we have ways to go to get to the 2050 goal yet.
Okay. Thanks. That's it.
I understand there was a big contract for Salem for a wind power situation.
Yes.
Would there ever be possibility of tapping into that?
Yeah, so we're in line to one of the Commonwealth wind contracts. So we're not there yet, but we're working on it. We had one that we thought we were going to get into a couple years ago, and it didn't work out. However, we're in line to get a piece of another one.
Oh, good.
Salem is really being looked at a place that would facilitate the wind. That's where they're going to be able to, a staging area.
Good. Page 60, there's 4 items. Just a question. Meter monitoring, 902. That looks like it's gone up from the request.
So meter monitoring is that's mostly up because we were putting some work into our replacement. We had trouble with some of our residential meters that weren't recording back.
Right.
So we're back up into our replacement program now, and you're seeing those costs.
We just redid a house, and they just put a new meter on it. Is that a good meter, or is that gonna be replaced?
It's a good meter.
It's a good meter.
It better be. It's a good meter.
Okay. And then we got one of our favorite ones, unfortunately, 904, $74,000, 74,766 of uncollectible accounts. You know, a lot of people took off on us.
Well, during the COVID period, we made a business decision not to do shut-offs during the, so we're limited in this spring, summer, and fall months, we can do shut-offs. We chose not to do that. So we're a little bit behind on our collectibles. Now we're back in the shut-off business as of this month. So we're gonna be getting that number back down.
Mike, just for context, we have a higher collection rate on our utility bills than we do on our property taxes. So they do a very good job collecting.
Really?
Yep. It's under 0.2% uncollected on the electric side.
921, office supplies and expenses. Looks like that's a big jump there.
Yeah, there was some renovation costs that got put in, that are added into that. So that's why it's a bigger number than normal.
Renovations?
Yep.
Oh.
Office.
Okay, and one more. Maintenance of general plant. That looks quite a bit larger than the previous figures.
What's the number?
935.
Bear with me 1 second. So on 935, we have a cleanup of one of our facilities, the property on Holton Street, right next to Burrow Street there. It used to have electric gear that was taken out. It was contaminated with PCBs back many years ago. We're involved in a cleanup of that property. We've done an analysis of it, and this is the account where that's hitting. So we're gonna clean the property up. It'll be clean when we're done. Be a usable property.
Okay, thank you.
The pie chart, I can't see it that well, so I'm just gonna request that if I can get a copy of it.
I think it's in the book.
Oh, is it? Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't go far enough. I got it, never mind. I'll find it. Apologize for that. Do we have any fossil fuels that right now, we're out of coal altogether, right? I mean,
Yeah,
that's-
we're out of coal altogether.
How about gas?
Yes.
Ne-
So on the, as you look at the screen, on the left side of the screen, you'll see a Nextera Rise. That's natural gas. If you come down, there's a light gray. That's what we call intermediate gas. If that's a gas plant, there's a small peaking plant. It's just a sliver. It's oil that's peaking, and then the light blue one that functions on nuclear. Sometimes it functions on gas. So the gas is that left part of the graph.
Right, okay. Now, you say you're gonna put in 4 charging stations, I believe. Didn't you say?
Yes.
Where are you gonna install those, David?
So the next ones, I can't believe they're going at the high school, the senior center, the atrium, and the atrium parking lot.
Okay.
Those are the 3 that have been, and Endicott Park. There it is.
Endicott
That's the
Park.
other one.
Okay.
And so but we're gonna continue to do more. That's just, this is the next batch that we're gonna do.
All right. And what is the cost to install one of those?
Well, it's about, we're getting grants for it. It's about $15,000 a piece.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, okay.
Well, because you have to bring power to it, all that stuff, so.
Sure. All right, I'm all set.
Any questions on this budget? Didn't think so. Eric?
So my question got answered way down earlier, but I did want to say, thank you for, as Sally mentioned at the very beginning, our electric service is excellent, and as a former municipal light board member, I will say, the work that the team does and that the volunteers do, notwithstanding Mike, but, including Mike.
I've always wondered why he got to leave, but I had to stay.
My point is, it's not simple work. So if you spend any amount of time just looking at the chart, it's really complicated and it's hard to understand. And so even simplifying it as much as you do for the average person like myself to understand it is greatly appreciated. I think town manager mentioned, explained fairly well that charge that was added. I mean, these things are contemplated and really vetted well. So in addition to the great service that we get, there's a lot of great stewardship, and I didn't want it to go by. I know how much work goes into that, and say thank you. So.
I mean, I would say this, Mr. Chair, if we could, just at every month when we have our meeting, there's pretty much, it's pretty much the same meeting every month is the best way to describe it. But we reach a point where we get to look at our rates as they compare to other local municipalities and certainly to the big commercial providers. And as a general rule, we pay substantially less here than we would with the other big commercial providers. And there are occasionally municipal operators, perhaps one that's right next to us that is generally lower than we are, but we're at the lower tier in regards to that. And as David said, we've received some exemplary news in terms of our reliability, and the system is considered really probably one of the most reliable, and I think all of us know that through our experience with it. And what we really look at is that we're getting fantastic service for significantly less than our neighbors. And that is ultimately what we strive to do, is to provide those two things to the ratepayers, and through that to be able to give a return to the town, because we as the town own this asset and operate it for the good of the town. And we try to strive for that as well. So it's, when you spend more time, it is confusing. It's a very different type of budget. It's important to remember that when we vote, all we're really voting is to allow the municipal light division to expend the revenues that they get from the sale of electricity. The specifics of this budget, frankly, will change significantly sometimes over the course of a year, because we're a business and we operate it like a business. So.
Anything from the audience? Bill? He'd been doing so well. He hasn't said anything.
He's the head of the power. He could get some electricity.
Mr. Bradstreet, go right ahead.
Bill Bradstreet, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. I know there's an upfront cost. We're dealing with it now. When the landfill is prepared for it and we add solar panels, could we add wind turbines? And having said that, would that supply enough energy so we wouldn't be buying it from others if we could produce a good portion of our own?
The easy answer is no, but we will be talking about the landfill project in about 20 minutes.
I'm just trying to hypothesize that instead of paying other people, we could produce a good portion or a portion of our own energy.
When we get to the landfill project, we'll have David ballpark what slice of that pie the landfill solar would represent if we were capturing all of it.
So he's getting thrown under the bus.
He's going to say it's not large enough to appear on the pie. Yeah.
I thought it was.
We'll get to that when we get, yeah. Or we could talk about it.
I just thought it was worth asking if we could do a better job for ourselves.
Yeah.
Sure.
Let me answer like part of it, because we're not going to come back to this, but if we look at the yellow slice.
Oops.
Behind you, killing me.
Yeah.
And that's
The Classico and Cherry?
And Cherry Hill Solar. That yellow slice, that's our local solar arrays right now. That's the one that we have purchase power agreements with, Danvers Indoor Sports, and the Cherry Hill facility, Abbeville, I believe it is. So those would represent about what the landfill would be.
So if, recognizing that we're still designing and the numbers will change, if you were to take the two schools in the landfill that are in planning, that 0.68% would jump to what range? 1.5? 2?
Yeah, we'll go to like
Yeah.
2%. Yep.
So we have 3 projects planned, and it could represent 2% of our portfolio.
And we've done wind studies around town. We don't have wind sustainable for a wind turbine. We thought for sure when we did the high school, we'd be able to get a wind turbine down there somewhere, and the wind was not good. We were limited because of height, because of the airport, but so far we have not been able to find a good wind spot in Danvers yet.
My house is windy.
Agreed? No, agreed.
I'm going to trust the experts.
I'll
Any-
move- oh,
I
sorry.
just want to make sure no one has anything else. Okay, Sally?
I'll move the budget.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
So we'll switch gears now to go through some of the capital projects that we have planned. So you can see here, we talk a little bit of each year, we have more projects to do than funds to do them. So this is after we applied the ARPA funds. Our capital improvement plans called for close to $14 million in improvements, and we're funding 10.2, and I would offer a humongous asterisk because the project in the middle here, the landfill project, which we will talk about in a few minutes, really is never part of our annual capital plans. That's a one-time project that is on the table. So, mentally, if you were to back $4.5 million off of both of those columns, you'd get a sense of what the requests and the approvals or recommendations look like for the year. Just to give you some context. When we get into the specifics, we see here what the capital, if you turn to page 99 in your budget books, the proposed capital outlay for the year. And you can see some of the items were approved as part of the earlier budget review. And some will be approved as part of the warrant review that will start tonight. And you can see here roughly $850 in free cash and $380 in utilities. And the next slide, so probably pause here. So I don't, David, if you want to add anything to what I offered there, but okay. So if you have your warrant, I believe you have your warrant booklets with you tonight.
Yeah, so the capital outlay, Article 2, we'd be voting for the capital outlay as we do each year for the general fund. And then the second would be the school, the bus and 2 vans, which is Article 10 in your warrant book. And then as the manager mentioned, the sewer and water capital was already approved as part of their budgets.
You said, Rodney, Article 2?
So Article 2 is just the operating budget. So this, the capital outlay, the general fund is just voted as part of the operating budget.
Oh, okay.
So the breakout, so the 688 is a roll-up of the public works, the police, and the fire, so the italicized numbers. And if you look at page 99, you'll see the itemized. So, and for those who don't have it, I'll read. There's a 55-foot aerial bucket truck replacement for the forestry division. That's a $210,000 vehicle. We have a rack body dump truck for the buildings division. That's a $60,000 vehicle. Replacing one of the DPW admin vehicles is $38,500. A leaf blower for $11,000. And before the question is asked, no, this is not like the leaf blowers you would go and buy off the shelf at Home Depot. This is a serious piece of equipment that our forestry division uses. We have 5 police cruisers in the budget this year at $268,000. And then the technology gets equipped in those vehicles. That's an additional $40,000. That's how you get to the $309,000 for police. And then the fire admin vehicle, which we talked about during the fire budget the other night. So that's the roll-up of the 688. The finance director mentioned we have 2 items in Article 10 for the schools. We have a passenger bus. So we talk about this each year, but it's worth repeating. We contract out most of our busing for the morning and afternoon pickup and drop-off, but we do keep a couple of buses in our fleet because when we're doing events and some of the specialties, it's a lot cheaper for us to have those buses on hand because the nights and weekends that we would need them, it's much more expensive to contract those out. And then we have 2 passenger vans that the school uses to transport students who need specialty transportation. And we kind of glossed over it in the water and sewer budgets, but for the utilities, we have 2 trucks being replaced in the water division, and then Actually, they're split, so it's 2 vehicles total that are being shared across those 2 divisions, so they're being funded evenly across water and sewer. I would say we, but David would be happy to answer any questions you may have about the fleet.
Yes.
Yeah.
So for the school transportation vehicles, one of my questions was answered, but what's the useful life of the vehicles typically?
So it varies. So on a school bus, we're trying to get 12 years out of a school bus. Dump trucks, we're trying to get 10 years out of a school. Some school buses will only get 10 years out of a dump truck. Small pickup trucks, 7 to 8 years. So it varies depending on the vehicle. Heavy equipment, we get at least 10 years out of it.
10 to 12 out of a school bus is doing pretty good too. So then my other question, I really do have to ask, because there's like 9 vehicles on here. And so as we've had this, so forewarned, we had this electric vehicle conversation previously. So I will come back around and say, what does it take for us to, I'll back up and say this differently. One thing that you are always good at, and DPW is excellent at, is having provided studies. Like, we've done the research, and therefore here's the backing. So you talk about it with wind, solar. There's always some research that has been done on it. It would be helpful if there's research or analysis to dispel all of my visions and others around electrification of vehicles in our fleet. And so that would help me not come back to this every time and say, where's our thoughts around electrification? So you probably have a study.
Oh, well, we're evaluating every vehicle purchase. The last one we just did was up at the water treatment plant. There's a vehicle used to go around and do water samples. Chevrolet Volt was perfect for that. Inexpensive, it's electric, that we just did that for that. It's perfect vehicles. The DPW administrative vehicles in there, that will be an electric vehicle. Makes sense. The school buses, everyone saw the ad, or a lot of people saw the ad from Boston. We know they're $315,000 if you can get it. We really need to do this replacement of the school bus. We don't know if we can wait for an electric vehicle, so we may have to buy a regular diesel-fueled bus this time.
Sure.
In the future, we're headed towards electric buses, I believe.
What about the passenger vans?
So the passenger vans, we haven't done an analysis on that yet. We're going to do that. We have some money earmarked in our electric vehicle program in electric that if we had to augment that money a little bit to get an electric and it made economic sense, we would do it. So don't know yet. Book's not closed on that one yet.
Okay.
School bus, I think we're going to have to pull the trigger on a diesel. The forestry bucket truck, that's another one I would love to do electric. Don't know if I can make it work yet, but we're going to try.
As expected, and I would say in the budget book next year, it would be helpful to forestall that, all of those vehicles, we'll have the same conversation each time. And if you insert that on the front end, then we won't have to harass the fire chief about his electric.
And we're getting better now, so we're going to be able to, we're getting to know the markets, and hopefully the market will be a little, so we can project in a year from out. Next year, we can say, yes, we're going to be able to get an electric vehicle for this, and it's going to work, and put it right in the budget like that. I think you were absolutely right. Label it right in the budget. We're going to have to.
Thank you.
Dave, I wanted to make sure you sat down first.
That was on me.
So back to sort of the electric vehicles. What is our policy right now in terms of how we get those charged, how we charge for charges, if we do, if we don't? Some of these vehicles are vehicles that employees may take home. Is there an expectation that there's a charging at home, or are we able to do it easily and conveniently enough within our own charging stations? Is that something that until we really get enough charging stations across the various departments, it's going to be difficult to do?
So far, we've been able to do it with the charging stations that are here. And anybody that would take a vehicle home lives close enough that they can charge the vehicle here. And we have enough charging stations. And like I mentioned with the grant, we're going to keep putting more charging stations in. Eventually, we're going to have some kind of policy about what happens if someone plugs it in at home and charges that up. We'll get there. There's some liability issues and stuff with that, but we don't have that policy yet. But when needed, we'll have it. Does that address your concern, or?
No. It's not a concern, certainly. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
Right now, we're
just to
good.
wonder how we actually do it from a practical standpoint. If we're looking to, which I think we are, to significantly expand the electrification of our fleet vehicles. On the police side, how many cruisers do we have now? Do you know?
Rodney, do we have the number of crews in the book? Is it 27?
I do not know.
Yeah, I apologize for, I
Yeah,
know, put
it's-
you on the spot, because I,
Yeah,
Chief.
that number's in the book, we can look it up.
So we have close to 27 cruisers out right now?
Well, they're not all out. There's, there's detective vehicles, administrative vehicles, so but the fleet's around that size.
How does that rate back to, let's say, 15 years ago?
Oof.
I'm gonna
I'd
be
have to
honest
check
with you,
on
I think
that.
it's probably triple what we had 15 years ago.
Couldn't say. We'd want to run that by the chief.
Yeah. But, and I'm assuming we found from a policy standpoint, it's cheaper to have significantly more vehicles, because I know one of the problems we had years ago is that we had far fewer vehicles, but we went through them very, very quickly. Do you think from a policy standpoint, it's just that it's cheaper to have that many?
Yeah, so on all the budget discussions that I've been part of, they're basing the fleet on need to be out there. There's some backup vehicles, but there are backups for when one's in service, getting maintained, but it's just the vehicles that they need. I think they're getting more miles out of them than they used to. They're running, they can run them longer, they last longer. However, they have just what they need to get the job done. With meaning, if a vehicle's down for replacement, you need to have a couple backups in place.
All right, thank you.
It's not like there's extra vehicles at all down there. Paul?
Well, I think Eric touched on one of my main points. I counted up 10, to be honest with you. But listening, I don't want to go through what everybody else said, but it sounds to me like the police have the largest on-the-road constantly fleet. Is that fair? I mean, you've got 27, but probably you get so many.
Yeah, we're confirming that now. We have 5 area cars on the street at any time. We have admin vehicles. We have unmarked cars for detectives. So we'll get the accurate number. 27 sounds high to me.
Okay.
But we have 5 cruisers at any given time.
Right.
4 areas and a floater.
So my point being that they're the ones that are going to be replaced more frequently because they're constantly on the go.
They run 24 hours.
Right, they're going. So we really have to look at the use of electric vehicles for them, I think, more than we think at this particular point. We're going to phase them in, and we talk about that, and I could understand all that. But the bottom line is, if you can outfit them, and they can go as fast as they have to go, and there's a lot of discussion about high-speed chases and all that I don't think really takes place as much as if you're watching TV, that's a bunch of malarkey, all right? But it seems to me that we're going to be in that a little bit, to be looking at replacing police vehicles for patrol work with electric vehicles.
I know the chief's ahead of us. He's looking at top sealed. They're trying to,
Yeah,
they're checking
as an
cars out
example.
there, so the chief's
He
watching
wants
that
that
one, and
Tesla.
they're looking
Yeah,
hard
that
at it.
Tesla. That's it, that's all I have. Thank you.
They could also go hybrid too, I suppose. You can get 35 to 45 miles per gallon on hybrids, right?
Yeah, so we have a couple hybrids. We like to go with the plug-in hybrids, so we can run it on electricity. It's a real backup to the backup. For a couple of our emergency SUVs are plug-in hybrids.
Okay, I have nothing else. Thank you.
Ted?
Has the staffing shortage with busing, I've heard several times in the past couple months about issues with, many different labor issues, but it sounds like there's been issues with bus drivers. Has that changed our rent versus buy strategy at all?
No, so we've still stayed with the 4. We're still same number of buses that we've had. And then the school adjusts how many rentals they need based on need each year.
That's it for me.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is what we need to do as our committee with this chart. Because we've already approved the departmental budgets.
So about 2 or 3 years ago, we split the capital out from the departmental budget. So there's one vote required for general fund capital, that's the 688 number, and then a second vote for Article 10, the school buses.
did take
And
two
what
votes.
about the rate supported?
That was passed when you passed their departmental budgets.
So you need votes from us to approve the 688,956 for DPW, police and fire capital expenses, and a vote from us for the 2 passenger vans and the passenger bus for the schools,
Correct.
which is 170. Okay. I was sitting here doing the math. It took me a while, but it
The
just
problem
wasn't-
with us capturing all in one category of capital outlay and then budgeting it in 5 different, so it makes it confusing.
Yeah,
so.
I just wanted to make sure I had it straight.
Any questions from the audience?
Again, Bill Bradstreet, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. As far as the online cruises that are used every day, they have to be capable of 3 or 4 miles an hour as opposed to, and then jumping to 60 or 70 miles. You can't have a creeping car call the station, I need a speeding car. They have to be very capable of doing what's required at the time at a moment's notice. Does the cost include the sale of the old vehicles? I believe they put out to bid, and/or the older vehicles that are being replaced in the past? Seems to me sometimes they still had life and they were transferred or given to a different department. They could use a vehicle that did one thing well for that department, but used sparingly, it would fill in at a different department. Do we save any money, or is that reflected in this? Did I say it right?
We have 3 questions going on today. I got them all. So every time we replace the pickup trucks or administrative cars, before we get a trade-in value, we look and see if there's another department or division that can use that car to make sure we keep the best ones. So we do try to bump them down. And we have some seasonal use. There's the open space vehicle. Endicott Park sometimes will get a trade-in vehicle to augment and save money on their fleet. Most of the small vehicles, they don't have a trade-in value. This is the price that we're getting now as a quotation. So if we get a trade-in, that would either take care of inflation if the costs go up, or it would just be money go back to the general fund. And we do them, we get price it both ways. We get a price as far as a trade-in. If that price isn't a book value, what we think it should be, then we do it through the municipal bid process, which is being used a lot more lately.
And I just had one question on the building improvements on page 90. You had alluded to this earlier. How big are the living quarters at Engine 2?
We're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
We'll be there in a minute.
Oh, okay.
Ready to move on?
Yeah, okay.
Have we
Now-
got our votes? Did we get our
Be
votes?
ready for that question.
We have lots of time.
Building 2.
Did we get votes?
No, we didn't vote.
But we need those 2 votes for
We'll trade you a vote on Article 10 for the answer to your question.
Move Article 2 as part of the general fund, Article 2.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Great.
Move Article 10, schools.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great.
I also have a real-time answer for you from Captain Ashley Sanborn on the fleet question. 7 admin, all unmarked. 3 SROs, marked.
School resource officer?
School resource officers.
Okay, 10.
1 marked court prosecutor vehicle. 1 unmarked line car, and 10 marked line cars. So,
22.
There you go.
So you said
So 27, we
10,
put- yeah.
10 online?
10 marked line cars, 1
Those are your
unmarked.
shift cars.
Right.
But those would be the ones that would put up the high mileage, wouldn't they? I mean, constantly being used every,
Admin built, admin unmarked. Yeah.
Tough crowd.
David, they would be the,
So, as I heard from the chief, it's the area cars that are running 24 hours a
Right,
day.
those are the
Those
ones,
are getting
yeah.
the most mileage. They do work those, they have like the front lines, and then when they get so many miles, they become a second line vehicle. So I know they pass them down through before they trade them in.
they would be the ones that you'd probably be replacing more often, is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, they need the new ones out there
Sure.
as the new ones go to that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
before David gets too comfortable again, one of the items in the special town meeting on page 2 of the warrant booklet is an appropriation to fix the control systems on the HVAC at the middle school and the town hall. The reason this is appearing in the special and not the annual is because we want to be ready to do this work as soon as the school year ends, rather than waiting till July 1st, because this is going to be critical to have done before school starts again. So it's a $110,000 appropriation from free cash to do this work.
Sally, any questions?
Well, you know, it wasn't that long ago that Houghton Richmond had its major rehab, and it just surprised me that here so soon, we've got to put $100,000 into the HVAC there and here.
That's what I said. And then
No,
they
no,
told me
I-
that it's, then they told me, Dave, that was 2004, do the math, and you got an extra 5 years out of the life that you weren't even supposed to get.
But I remember, maybe this is a misrecollection, but when that school, either shortly after it was done or maybe even during construction, there was a concern that there wasn't enough cooling in the control room or something. There was some issue.
That was the, in the school computer closets.
Yeah.
It was because when we did the O2 design of that, it was when Colby and people started stacking these closets full of lots of computers, and the air conditioning need was huge. The industry evolved back then, and so we had to add cooling to her server closets due to all the high-end computers that they put in there. This
is different.
Yeah, this system, which controls the heating and cooling for all the buildings, all the classrooms, it allows us to adjust temperatures throughout the building. We can be efficient and we can have it the right temperature. And it was state-of-the-art when we did it there. And it's just past its lifespan. It's gone.
And how about here in this building?
When we did this building, we hooked this building to that control system, so we wouldn't have to buy another control system.
And so with this improvement, will it still be the same?
Oh yeah, it'll be one to run in both buildings. Yep.
Where physically is that done from?
It's going to be, like, the controller's going to be down at on Colby's computers, and it all runs through the...
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay,
down on
thanks.
Borough, it's going to be, so actually, the guts are going to be down on Borough Street now, and then it'll all run the buildings from there.
Thank you.
Ted?
I don't think I have quite, I was gonna ask if it was like a 7-year-old system, like who the manufacturer was and why what happened, but if it was just.
Yeah, 7 years old, I wouldn't be here tonight.
Yeah, if it was
Right.
a 16-year-old system and you can't get, or 18? You can't do math
18.
anymore? Yeah. I guess, I don't have any questions.
Yeah.
Is this the famous Johnson Controls again?
Oh, so, I flashback, and we've had issues because these companies, they just like Johnson Controls, you get in and then they're proprietary and they get more expensive, and then you got to switch companies because it's so proprietary. But no, this isn't like, we had a little bit of Johnson Control issue with proprietary stuff, but we got through it on this
Thank
one.
goodness, okay. I have no questions.
What is the expected life of the system that you're talking about now, what you're putting in now?
So Colby, 10 to 12 years, lifespan of the new system, the computers? Well, Colby will replace parts of it, like where he could replace parts of the computer in like 5 years. You know, that's like some of the computer parts are 5-year lifespan, some are 7, some are longer. So, but it's a good system we're getting that, we should get good life out of it.
Mike?
No, good.
Eric?
No question.
Okay. Any questions from the audience? All right.
Move Article 5?
Is that a motion?
This is
there a second?
Article 5 of the special
The
town
special
meeting.
town meeting, yes. I'll move Article 5 of the special town meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Colby now has a chance to defend his honor after Dave blamed all of the cooling needs in the schools on his servers. Colby would probably remind Dave that the fancy work order system that his divisions use need those servers in order to function correctly. So next is the next 2 articles have to do with technology, so IT Director Colby Cousins will walk us through. If you look at page 7 in your warrant booklet, you will see the breakout of the technology plan. And with that, I'll turn it over to Colby.
Colby Cousins, IT Director. Mr. Chairman. So the technology plan, Article 8, the general government request is for 180. Danvers Public Schools, 156. Peabody Institute Library, 13,000. And there's a regional request for 90,000. That brings the total to 440,000. The general government requests consists of some desktops, server support, batteries, switching, and Wi-Fi. The school's requests consists of projectors, iMac replacements, and clear touch board stands and accessories. And the library request consists of laptop and tablets, regular refresh cycle, some miscellaneous tech, and some software licensing. Now, the regional IT request, I think you're somewhat familiar with. We came before this board in December for a reserve fund transfer to launch a regional cybersecurity program. This request funds the renewal. There's an annual cost to that component. We generate net revenue each year at that renewal time. So this $90,000 request will pay for that renewal, on which will generate net revenue.
And I would add, I think we started to talk about this at an earlier meeting. We had originally planned to come before the Select Board and the Finance Committee this year with a recommendation to set up a revolving account. We have a number of revolving accounts, but a revolving account specifically for the regional IT projects that Colby's launched. Unfortunately, state law is not yet modern enough to accommodate the concept that has been used on the North Shore. The state's very excited about the project that Danvers is spearheading, but the current MGL, as they pertain to the revolving accounts, don't accommodate what we're trying to do. We have 6 intermunicipal agreements with some of the smaller communities around us. They've committed to paying a base fee to the town of Danvers for access to some of our management expertise. A lot of them, I won't name the community, but we have a neighbor whose IT presence consists of a $40,000 contract with a person who lives in Arizona and remotes in to fix their printers for them and tell them what to do. They're desperate for IT leadership. Because of the complexity of our environments here, we're able to accommodate supporting them and the work that we have to do. So those base agreements are for access to strategic IT leadership. Beyond that, the cybersecurity project that this board supported in December is the first of what will hopefully be a number of projects where we can collaborate as a region. We were trying to set up a revolving account so that as these communities are paying revenue for the services they're getting, it can be deposited into a revolving account, and then expenses related to the regional operation can be paid out of that account. Again, unfortunately, we've had some conversations with the Department of Revenue. We're trying to figure out what a mechanism could look like, because what state law does contemplate is set up similar to what you see with the regional dispatch, where you have a standalone entity, which is not what we're talking about. We have a larger community that is supporting smaller communities, and we need a way, other than having the funds flow to free cash and then come back next year and remind everybody that those funds were there and then appropriate them back out again. Unfortunately, we're not there yet, which is why it's appearing as part of the tech warrant.
Questions?
Whose turn is it?
Am I down here?
Go ahead.
Down here. So my first question is about free cash and where the balance, because this is coming out of free cash. So if you could just give some overview on, there's a lot of things coming out of free cash.
So while Rodney's looking up the details, I'll remind everybody, we have a free cash policy, which is spelled out in the policy section of the book. And it says that your free cash is generally certified between December and January. That becomes the base for appropriating our capital work, things like this. And the policy says that at the end of town meeting, we will have no less than 1% of our net operating revenues left in free cash, which right now is a little over $1 million.
That's helpful.
So our certification is $7.7 million. We make a series of recommendations to fund capital projects and build reserves, and at the end of that process, we have no less than the $1 million.
That's fine, Rodney, you don't have to pull up the details. So that's helpful. So then my second question, specifically on this on the technology plan, is around the public schools and how what is our obligation with respect to the school's technology infrastructure, and how did you arrive at, I believe, it looks like there was 470,000 requested and then 440,000 is proposed. So how do you arrive at that? There's a process, I'm sure, in conversation.
Yeah, so I work with with Jim Sullivan, the school IT director, each year. He submits a request to me. I build my request. We kind of build the tech warrant in that fashion, and we work with the library as well. And then we go through our own process of determining how much we think is reasonable in terms of a request, and then we meet with the finance director and the town manager, and we get a better picture of what's reasonable.
They get our definition of reasonable.
And what's our obligation? So what do we own in terms of what we should be paying attention to or minding? I'm going somewhere, it comes next.
Maybe you should go there, and then we'll answer both questions. At the same time.
Fine. So where I'm going is, in the public school presentation, I brought this up. It bothers me that the town picks up a significant, schools receive, is it $20 million of support in addition to the total budget from the town? It's like 40 from the schools, and there's a 20 from, there's a significant deficiency in the school's website, and there is no leadership addressing that, and so we are adding lots of money and not addressing something that's glaring. All of these peripherals and laptops and whatnot, that's all fine and well, but if we spent $10,000, we could probably get a little bit of traction on that horrible website that does not address things that need to be addressed. So that frustrates me. So, we all have our things that irk us. This irks me to put this kind of money in technology, but miss a glaring omission, and I haven't seen any leadership on that part of the technology. So that's why I'm asking what our obligation is, because if we had latitude in our obligation, I would say somebody lead that and I'd vote on it, and I would feel better about our outlay on technology overall. So that's my bug.
That's certainly something I can bring up for discussion.
Someone should lead on it, really.
You're talking about the school website specifically?
Pull it up. Let's laugh at it. It's horrible. It's horrible. It's a glaring omission in a town that's working significantly to do something in our schools. For us not to have that as a priority, it's not addressed in the school's budget, and here we are with another allocation to schools on technology, and it's not addressed. It bothers me, as someone who deals with this, and when you're trying to address image, oh wow, I've only seen this on the news 100,000 times, right? When you're addressing issues of image and enrollment, the number one place you go to is, what is your presence? And our presence sucks. So I'm sorry, it really gets me frustrated to see significant outlay that doesn't address the elephant in the room. So someone needs to lead on it, would be my request.
So I'll just say, for comparison's sake, we're doing a new website here for the town.
I know.
And
there's leadership there.
Yeah, and our original website that we did, the original website I inherited was in really poor shape. We invested about $20,000. We improved the website, but it really didn't take us where we needed to be.
It was the same designer who did the current school website, I think is the...
Yeah, maybe, right? And so now we're investing we're fortunate to receive some ARPA funding. Now we're investing about $100,000 in a real robust website. And we believe from internal discussions that the website is really the face of town government now. People want self-service options. They want to be able to get information at any time without having to leave their home or leave work and come down to town hall.
Right. I think the various budget presentations have gotten that point across very clearly. It's been referenced multiple times. And what I am trying to highlight, articulate, point out, prioritize, it's missing
in a significant department where we provide some level of technology support. And if our obligation allows for it, we should just stick our noses in and help them along in the way that the town is moving forward.
I'm gonna jump in and say the message has been received loud and clear, and we'll have a conversation tomorrow morning with the school leadership. And it's quite possible that we can leverage the investment we're making in our website and bring them
I
along.
appreciate it.
So we'll follow up on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike?
All right, this is going to be a tough one.
Tougher than the last one?
Do we still have any dot matrix printers that we are using within our system? So I'm going to take that as a yes.
Yeah.
There may be one still kicking around.
All right.
Only one.
Can we please move somewhere into the 21st century? I know there's issues in terms of that. I think that there's specific printers that go with specific systems that just don't really work with anything else. Is that a correct assumption?
Yeah,
So-
exactly. So
all
some
right. So
legacy.
just so you know, I'm going to ask this question every year.
Okay.
So next year, you're going to be asked again,
So
do we have any dot matrix printers? All right.
I already know the answer.
You're going to do dot matrix printers.
Mine's a simple one.
Do you have any dot matrix printers? No questions.
Mike?
No questions.
Okay.
So I just want to revisit Eric's point and to amplify and also clarify. I think, Eric, I completely share your concern about the content on the school website. I've shared those concerns with the various leaders in the school committee and the high school. I think I think this mostly deals with physical hardware, right? This particular warrant article.
Yeah,
And-
our arrangement with the schools
Yeah.
is the town takes care of school infrastructure.
Yep.
So the website isn't something I'm involved. The school website
Yep.
isn't something I'm particularly involved in, but I do have a great relationship with the school IT director, Jim Sullivan, and I could certainly speak
Yeah.
with him and help him.
So I guess what I want to say is, Eric, I'm glad that somebody else is speaking out as articulately and passionately as you did. But I do think that these guys, the website loads. It's the problem with what's on the website with the school. It's the fact that there might be a 2-year-old sports schedule that's still on the page or something like that. It's the content, and in my view, I certainly don't think the town should be creating the content. It's got to be a focus of the people in the buildings and the people in the administrative building. And I did actually, after we spoke last, was it Tuesday? I actually emailed Steve and Rodney to see if it was possible for us to try and encourage the school district to put a fiscal focus on the website with some of our own finance committee budget. And I think that's possible. That might be something we should pursue aggressively.
I had that in my mind. I'm
Yep.
just waiting on leadership to ask.
So with all that said, I don't have any questions for you, Colby.
Yeah.
I'm just sticking up for you, man. You're good.
Thank you.
Nice job, guys. Okay, here's a question for you. Here's a question. What are poll pads?
Poll pads are for elections. They're iPads that allow you to enter your information quickly when you come in to participate in an election.
Interesting.
We did a pilot program with a few of those at one of the last elections, and they were successful, and so we'd like to add some of those.
Thank you for that. And the other well, it's not really so much, I guess it is a question. The cybersecurity collaborative. So it really isn't, it's not really just cybersecurity. It sounds like it's a collaborative that also can help at least the one community bring its system kind of, to upgrade their system to something that will work better. But is cybersecurity part of that process?
Yeah, so it's an IT collaborative,
Oh, so it's
really.
really
we
not
ad-
intended to be just cybersecurity.
Correct. We address all things IT, but when we formalized the collaborative this year, we looked at, the goals of the different members of the collaborative and what they're struggling with, and we really arrived at a common goal of establishing a cybersecurity posture for the region. So we led with cybersecurity. We've been working on laying fiber optic cable out to these communities for a couple years, and we've made some good progress with that. We've done that entirely with grant funding, and there's another grant I have to apply for after I leave here tonight because it's due tomorrow.
Let's wrap it up.
Dog ate my
Well, we don't-
homework.
I don't want to keep you much longer, but
Coming up that will hopefully complete that project, getting to all 6 of our partner communities with a high-speed, low-latency link. And once we have that in place, we'll be able to stand up our regional data center and offer data center services to all these communities. They can centralize into our regional data center. We have a disaster recovery site. Many of these small communities they don't have the capacity to manage their own data center. They don't have the funds to fund a disaster recovery site. We operate at a scale that makes our unit costs fairly reasonable, and we can provide those type of enterprise level services. The barrier to entry is lower for us at our scale, and we can then offer at an operational cost hosting of their servers in our data center. Helps them avoid a large upfront capital cost of purchasing servers and all that goes into maintaining them, the heating and cooling that they need to provide, the electricity that they need to provide, all of that we have at 2 boroughs in our data center. We have a backup generator. We have all of the things that you need in an enterprise data center, whereas many of these smaller communities, they just have a closet somewhere where they have their server. And when you talk about a cybersecurity posture, it includes all kinds of things like physical security. And if you just have a closet that someone can walk up to and get access to the server, well, that's a failure in your cybersecurity posture.
I just hadn't really thought about, in my mind, as we've talked about this, in the past, my focus was that, the focus of my thought was that it was cybersecurity stuff, but I can see as you're describing it, that means something much broader than I had anticipated. So thank you for that explanation.
Yes, so there are more service offerings coming as part of the kind of business plan for this regional effort. So,
Thank you. That's it for me.
Questions from the audience? Nova?
So this is probably in the budget book, but I assume we're making more than the $90,000 it costs us yearly for this regional IT. Okay, that's all.
Yeah, we don't have a standalone budget yet per se, but the agreements that we have, so we have I described the base agreements. Those are, I think they're $4,000 per community, more or less.
$4,018.
And that's simply, we kind of calced out about an hour a week of Colby's time. So if they have questions, if there's a purchase they have to make, they can pick up the phone and talk to somebody other than a vendor or the guy in Arizona to say, what do we do? So that's kind of what brings the group together. On top of that, we look at these standalone projects. So the cybersecurity was the first major project. Colby oversaw, with the help of the MAPC, a remote, not remote access, but like a help desk contract. Mm-hmm. So these communities need somebody to come in and kick the printers just like everybody else does. They're not going to hire their own employee. They don't want to manage their own contract. So again, we put out a bid with the help of the MAPC. Colby's responsible for overseeing that contract. The communities pay their proportional share plus profit and overhead, and they've agreed to a number, which again, Colby manages that contract for them. They get the service they need. And that's the concept that we're looking at. It comes out of a strategic IT plan that Colby oversaw with a grant for kind of a regional opportunities. So anything we're doing, if we're spending the 122 that was approved in December to buy the hardware for the cybersecurity, and then we're spending $90,000 on the renewal, there's going to be and I don't want to give a specific number, but somewhere around $40,000 to $50,000 a year in excess of what we're spending, which then, again, right now it's going to flow to free cash. Eventually, it'd be nice to have an account where the money could come in and we could account for it separately, and then that would be the seed money to continue pursuing these regional opportunities. Yeah. I don't know if I got that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the idea.
The 18, okay.
Spend less than you charge, and yeah, yeah, you're right. Any other questions?
Anything else?
I'll move Article 8.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Article 9, well, this is sort of a fun one to be talking about. First, because it's the last one in a series of articles to build out our fiber network. And most importantly, because when Colby first made this recommendation 5 or 6 years ago, it's already paid for itself. So we were facing a decision point with the telecoms where they were walking away from copper. Colby did the cost benefit to look at hiring them to provide service for us on a monthly fee basis versus buying and contracting out the installation of our own network to connect all of our municipal sites. And the return on investment for the initial investment was 3 years. So the initial investment has paid for itself. This is the final piece that connects all the sites and gives us redundancy in our system. So I don't know, you probably have more to add to that, but.
Yeah, well said. There are a couple advantages. We had a Comcast, we did have fiber before we started running fiber. It was a Comcast iNet. It was aging, it was reaching the end of its useful life. And we'd heard, we had advance information from Comcast that they would not continue to support it anymore after the next franchise agreement. So one of the other limitations of that iNet was that we could not expand and add to it as new sites arose that we needed to bring data connectivity to. So in order to light up new sites, we need new service from a company like Verizon or Comcast or something, and there's a service fee associated with that. So collecting the service fees that we would be required for each of these sites when the iNet stopped being supported, that put us at an ROI of about 3 years for running phases 1 and 2 of our fiber project. Phases 1 and 2 brought us connectivity to all of our town and school buildings, and now phase 3 brings us redundancy, basically a ring around the town that multi-paths back. One path is back to 2 boroughs, one path is back to our DR site at the high school, so that if anywhere in our fiber there's a pole hit or a cut or something like that, we can maintain connectivity because of that redundancy that will be in place after phase 3 is complete. And that will push the ROI out to about 5 years. But that's still well within reason on an asset that is warranted for 20 years and expected to last up to 30.
Sally?
I have no question, thank you. Thanks for an explanation.
Ted?
No question.
I get my fiber from cereal, so I'll pass.
Paul?
Saturday Night Live. I think there was a discussion in previous nights about moving some of the budget for fiber, for technology into, correct, the annual tax supported, is that what it is?
Yeah, the 2 pieces that we moved this year were related to the school camera replacements, which are an annual expense, and then some of the licensing is associated with the operating, some of the renewal costs for some of our software programs.
Office 365, yeah.
Will any of this be, like, will this be Will we move this into, no?
No, the
This is
fiber's
just
a
gonna-
physical asset, so we build it out, and then we shouldn't see these, hopefully for 25 years.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't plan to do this project again in my career here.
Mike?
Nope.
Eric?
Nothing.
Anything from the audience?
Move Article 9.
We have,
One quick,
Oh, good.
We have been talking about this thing, Mark Zubrick, for a long time. One thing that I noticed is the ROI is increasing, that's fine. But are there any plans for expanding this program, the fiber optics, to any other communities? Because that's how the program can develop bigger and better. But at this time, is there anybody else using this fiber optics except for Danvers?
So that's an excellent question. So one of the things we've done is we've solicited grant funding to extend our network out to some surrounding communities. That's the pursuit of our regional data center initiative. We want to have high-speed connectivity out to these regional partners. That's something we couldn't achieve with the Comcast iNet. They wouldn't let us build on to the iNet. But with our own municipally owned fiber, we can expand and add to it as much as we'd like. So that means internally, if we add new locations, we have the ability to bring fiber. We saw the example of the credit union moving out of Town Hall across the street. Well, with us owning our own fiber, we just spliced in and put a fiber drop in the new credit union, and they were lit up online on our network. Same thing exists when we talk about getting out to Middleton. We have fiber that goes out to Fire Station 2. We laid extra fiber when we did that, knowing we'd like to be able to expand our network. When Middleton completes their build-out, they can splice into us, and we'll have a direct connection to Middleton. We can host their servers in our data center. It will be as if they're on site in Middleton. They won't notice a difference. So yes, to answer your question, we can and do expand the fiber optic network, and all of the expansion beyond the borders of Danvers that we've done so far has been grant funded.
thank you. All right, go ahead.
Move Article 9.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you, Colby. Good luck with your grant tonight.
Thank
He'd
you.
like to see a copy of it at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Thanks, Bill.
I have until noon tomorrow.
I want him to present all the warrant articles, man. That's fun.
Who else thinks Colby should stay?
No, I want him back.
Well, Dave, that's a tough act to follow, but we're back to the meat and potatoes. Hope you're well rested. Next up is our pavement management and sidewalks. So we noted that we were able to fund multiple years' worth of local pavement through ARPA. And thanks to the free cash certification we had this year, we're able to do slightly more than the normal investment to supplement our Chapter 90. So again, this is the annual appropriation that we make for the work that falls outside of our Chapter 90 eligible funds. And if there are questions about what's on the docket for the year, I'm sure Dave would be happy to answer those.
I think it's my turn.
Go ahead, Sally.
Just one quick question that comes to mind. You know, it's great, there's the extra ARPA funding, the free cash position is good, but by doing all of this work now, does that mean that a given number of years from now, they're all gonna need to be done as opposed to phasing them as we usually would?
So what we're seeing, because our funding has been limited for the past 5 years, is the overall condition of our roads dropping. So as we do this, we'd like to see our roads at least staying the same or getting a little bit better every year. And so that's what we use as a barometer on how we're doing. So this article's separate because this is the small little pieces of road, small pieces of sidewalk, curb in front of your house, storm damage, all of that it can't be done with that funding. And when we looked at the number of small roads that we were falling behind on, that's why we had a modest increase to this line item this year, because we saw that. But, so, the road span, even with what we're doing, we're still not having
Still
too big a
behind.
chunk that's all gonna fail at the same time.
That was really kind of
Yeah,
where my
it's not gonna
question was.
yeah.
Thanks.
Ted?
So is this the capital that's used, like, when you guys did the quick hit on Dayton Street about
Yep.
6 weeks ago?
Yep.
This is where that money
Right
comes
here.
from to repave it?
Yep.
That was a very quick turnaround. It looked like a minefield out there all of a sudden in like a 1 week span. But do those roads eventually get redone, that's like patchwork, right? Like
Oh,
what
yeah.
like that'll probably peel off next year, or maybe not next year, but with a decent amount of bad weather, that'll start to unwind.
Yeah, Dayton Street's right up on, we need to get
Yeah.
out, do drainage work, we need to overlay, or do.
Sidewalks.
Yeah.
I don't know about sidewalks on Dayton Street, but, that's a couple $1 million. But yeah, Dayton Street, the surface, we need to do the road.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't really. Yeah, I was. But this is where that activity comes. But total redoing roads comes from what part of the budget?
The Chapter 90 funding
Yep.
that comes every year, that we get about $800,000 through Chapter 90. And then this year, we got augmented, that Sally brought up, that ARPA funding that's adding on to it.
That's really the only question for me. Thank you.
Does this cover the crack ceiling also?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, okay, that's all. Thank you.
So you just mentioned that the state, that's the state money, Chapter 90?
Correct.
We haven't received that yet, have we?
No, we have a letter. It's coming. It'll come later on this summer. But we have a balance from last year's. We always leave a balance from last year's so that's going to kickstart us this spring. So this spring we'll be using the rest of last year's money and some ARPA money this spring. Then this year's Chapter 90 money will fund our fall program.
Fall program?
Yep.
Okay, all right. And just to refresh my memory, I think a couple of years ago you talked about some different type of paving that wasn't as invasive, where you had to continually just dig up the whole road.
Sure.
What was that? Are you still using that method?
We have, so the thinnest coating, the maintenance coating we use is called microsurfacing.
Yeah.
And about 10, 15 years ago, we did a lot of it back then. And those roads are all coming up now. It's fine. It did great. So right now, most of our roads require bituminous concrete on them right now. I'm probably not gonna do some of that this year, but that goes on our roads that are in pretty good shape, but we'd like to extend the life, is when we use that. Most of the roads we're doing this year, we need to overlay.
Thank you. That's it.
Mike?
I'm good.
Eric?
I- Two questions, just a quick follow-up there. Are there other road materials? It's interesting, the blacktop all looks the same to me, but is there anything better that lasts a little longer other than what you just referenced?
Oh, well, so the mix of the bituminous concrete, they changed the mix finally a year and a half ago. We adopted a different mix. And the state's always looking at changing the mix, putting recycled components, changing the oils. So we changed the mix on our road a year and a half ago, and we think now we're gonna get a better lifespan out of the roads. We have some roads that are 12 years old that we're having to go back on, and we wanted to get at least 15 years out of the roads. So we're disappointing in the mix that was 12 years ago, but right now we have a better mix.
Excellent. And then my last question, just in general. Clearly, you have a plan on when sidewalks and roads get done, but if I walk down the street now and I trip over a route and I say, man, they really ought to get to that, how generally does that get handled or incorporated into a plan?
So if it's a short area of a sidewalk, then we'd come right up and dig it out and do a patch right there to make the tripping hazard go away, to fix it. If we were gonna be doing that sidewalk that year, we might come up and just like level it and gravel it, because we knew we were gonna do the sidewalk that year.
Thank you.
Anything from the audience? Go ahead, Bill.
I should say the DPW website has a place for citizens to notify the DPW about, say, potholes. You know, there is a method in place for citizens to communicate an area of concern.
So we've been very popular this year with, after all the winter damage, with citizens calling up about the condition of the road. And we take all those letters and calls in, and now over the last 3 weeks, staff, we've been getting together with the program, field inspections, costs, and like this is the spring program in my hand. This is probably bigger than what we can do. So we're close to refining this, what's gonna happen this spring based on all those factors. And then once that happens, it'll be right up on the website, and we'll send it out to everybody.
Thank you.
Awesome.
I think it was Bill Bradstreet, I think it was asked before, how many miles of roadway does Danvers have or is responsible for?
It's 2 questions, Bill.
It's not a percentage of the roadways, it's more the roadways themselves that are redone. It's not like you've got 150 miles, it's not 15 miles, it might be 14 or it might be 18 miles that you're gonna work on. It's not a percentage, it's the roads themselves. And we have roadways that we manage that aren't accepted ways yet. Do we take care of those? And I know it's, what, $6,000 I was told, I think, in the past to accept a roadway because of all of the paperwork. But we've serviced these roads and everything else. We plow them, trash and what have you, but they haven't been accepted by us. They on the list, and I guess how does that all figure? I'm sorry. So, thanks.
As you're coming back up, you feel free to answer any of those 7 or 8 questions.
I know. I feel like I'm gonna have to start at the end and work. So let's start with the private roadways that are not accepted. Cannot spend Chapter 90 on those roads. Really can't spend public funds on those roads. But we do collect trash and plow them. So only money we can spend on the private roads is enough money to make it safe to get the snow plows and the trash trucks down there. That's all we can legally spend on them.
But that's a different, when we talk about a private way as opposed to a public way that has not been accepted yet by the town.
Same thing.
Same thing?
Yep. Even though it's a public way, it's still a private road that hasn't been accepted by the town. I can't spend.
Yeah, we don't have any, how many of those do we have now that are?
100 of them.
So we have 100 private ways that we have not done any road work on since?
Yeah. So now we're back to how we accept the 5 every year that we're doing every year. And so there's it's coming on the next slide. And so there's a whole bunch of roads that we think are town roads, but they're not.
Yeah.
And now we're gonna get to the problem that Mr. Bradstreet is that some of those need improvements. And so we really shouldn't accept the road unless it's in good shape. How are we gonna get the road acceptance program is going to get more complicated as we get into roads that need improvements. Are we going to pay for that as the town? Are we going to do a cost share thing? What's going to happen? We're going to have to develop that system.
That's what I'm saying is that most of those roads, we've traditionally been doing work on those roads as if they were public ways.
Maintenance. We haven't done it like it's a public way.
So
And we can't use Chapter 90 funds.
So we haven't
Yeah, they're old roads.
Give us an example.
You know what?
Porter Street.
Now we need Steve. Well, Porter Street is coming up. Porter Street's one that's. So the ones
So
that.
it's currently not a.
Yeah, so-
It's technically a private road.
Yeah, so the ones that are the private roads that we're going to accept.
And all the
this-
houses on it are 100 and something years
Yeah.
old.
So Riverside Ave is a good one, right off of High Street. That's
next to Porter Street. You didn't like my example.
Yeah, no. I want to give another right. Yeah, in case. But Porter Street, right through Back Bay, you would think that's a public way. Has never been accepted. So, on Porter Street's a little odd because Porter Street might be on our Chapter 90 list. How it ever got on the Chapter 90 list, I have no idea. So there's a chance that one could have been resurfaced at some point. I have no idea how that could have happened either. But we're trying to make it legal. So,
It was before you got here.
but Riverside Ave, that's another good example. So these ones that we're popping up and just trying to go through, but there's still a whole list we gotta work through. And that's why, and that's, with the budget, we talked about, when we're doing 5, how many should we do a year? And we're really trying to strategize on that.
That's a perfect segue for the next article.
Yeah, I know.
But let's vote on this one before we move on to the next.
Back to, so if you figure we have 130 miles of road, if roads are gonna last 15 years, really, we should be paving 8 to 10 miles of road. With our money, we only get to pave like 3.5. With this money, we'll be able to get to do 5 or 6 miles. So you can see, to really be doing we need to be doing 8 miles of road a year that'd be our choice, but the money doesn't exist. So we gotta try to make them last longer, is what we're working on.
I'll move the article.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Article 13 is the previously discussed, the road layout and acceptance of public ways.
You mean
And
12?
There's actually 12 and 13.
12 and 13, I'm sorry,
Okay.
the slide is, but
Sorry.
page 9 in your warrant book.
Thank you, sorry about that.
So there are two votes to be taken.
We're just doing 13 tonight.
So we'll only vote on 13 tonight.
That's the
You only want us to vote on 13 tonight?
You can vote on both.
Yeah. It would make sense to probably do
Agreed.
both. Okay. We already have talked about this quite a bit.
We talked about most of them, right?
So 12 names the roadways, and 13 gives the funding.
13 will prepare the list for next year to accept.
Right. Eric?
Oh.
No questions.
Mike?
I saw you shaking your head over
Yeah,
there.
because I'm dumbfounded by the whole, and I understand what we're trying to do with this, but, we have sewer under these roadways. We have utilities. We've clearly, the case of Porter Street, it's been 100 years of constructing that roadway. How did we miss these roads, or was it just, has the process changed a little bit with the state in terms of the way they look at it?
Well, Porter Street was done before subdivision control law.
Well, no, I understand how, I certainly understand the difference between public and
Yeah, so
private
just
ways.
the legal documents never got filed. The transition of that property to the town never happened. We can't find any record of it.
And do we have situations with some of these roads where arguably the abutters own to the midpoint that we
Yep.
have to take by eminent domain?
Yep. Yeah, and when we write these articles, it gives us the ability to do that.
Yeah. My recollection of this was that this was basically a cleanup thing predominantly for a relatively few number of small roadways that didn't have a lot of.
Well, every year for many years, we've been
Yeah, we've been doing,
at least
chicken away at them, but usually when we're chicken away at them, they're sort of off either newer subdivisions that we missed out on, or, but now it seems like what we found is
We're cleaning up.
tens of miles of roadways.
The good news is at least the road's in the right place.
Yeah. Once a mile.
Do you ever get in a situation where you just want to walk away, or can't you?
What, from the meeting?
No.
We wouldn't be doing our job justice. This is
Right,
the right thing to do. Let's get these locked and loaded.
Some of them won't be done for quite a while.
Yeah, the ones that are like really hard, we gotta kick them down the road of ice.
Well, there will be some that just don't fulfill the statutory requirements.
Right. The road could have been laid out here, and they built the road in the wrong place. There's a lot of issues that go wrong.
Yep. Mike?
No questions.
Two questions. First, so what's the gating item in accelerating the pace of incorporating these roads into our public ways? Is it the $5,000 per road? Like if Steve said, here's 50 more grand, could you do 10 more to the next year than we did this year, or no?
And then we gotta figure out a staffing piece. We put a lot of staff hours in top of this, short.
No, I get it, yeah, you got it.
So that's what Stephen King and I have strategized on, right now, he has 2 engineers working for him, what they're bringing up. So we're scheming how we can get some staff hours to do more, too.
So it's not just $5,000 bucks.
Right.
Understood.
Or can we hire someone to help us? We're trying to figure that out.
Second question, if I'm a homeowner and I purchase a home on one of these roads, and I think I live on a town street and everything's hunky-dory, and the we decide the road is a disaster and it needs to be redone, whose problem is that?
We're dealing with a few of those around town right now, and unfortunately, we're in a position where we can't run out and pave it. We can patch it, but we can't pave it. And until we come up with a different system, the residents would have to get together and pave it themselves.
Are people aware? Like, like, is there an awareness of, like condo association, right? Like, hey, if I have a condo association, I have a well or a septic, I know I have septic, it's my problem. Are the
Like
people
when you
on
buy
these-
a house, for
Yeah.
example, it's not disclosed.
Yeah.
This is not a public
it's not disclosed.
accepted road, right?
And normally, the first round of owners would know that, and by the time the property's turned over a couple times, it's
Right.
been long forgotten, and
gone.
it's a shock. And it's, as David alluded to, two things. We're gonna work deep enough into this list of roads that eventually, Stephen King has picked all the low-hanging fruit. He's now putting his ladder up to get to the middle.
Right.
We're never gonna touch the ones at the top of the tree. It just wouldn't make sense, or physically we couldn't, based on the physical contours of the road. What we're seeing in some areas of town are, some of these roadways are in need of work, or some of the, and the question is, and this is a policy question, so we're working with the property owners right now. In some cases, we're working with banks that are holding bonds that haven't been closed out to try to figure out how to get this work done. Because it's gonna ultimately end up being a partnership between the private property owners and the municipality.
Yeah, so I guess I was gonna suggest if the truly wretched ones, as a public service, it might be fair to let those people know the
In
situation.
some cases, we don't know what they are yet.
Yeah, but like, just like, especially if like if action now could prevent much more expensive road work down the road. You guys know all that better than I do, but if I were living on one of those roads, I would certainly appreciate the heads up.
So the town engineer just texted me. This is the great part of technology. And he said, anyone can go online right now to the
Yeah.
engineering website and see the public versus private roadways.
The list is there.
85. We have 85 left.
How many?
85.
So next year, we have 80.
Right.
We'll have to do a Did You Know on the Danvers Facebook page.
You can go ahead.
You guys will get some calls after.
Yeah, but that's great that Steve said, right on our website, right there, all the roads, it's listed, the ones that are public and
That's
private.
that's my only comment.
Sally?
I'm all set, thank you.
Could I just?
Yeah.
I mean, was there any thought, and maybe if we do not use all of the COVID money, that $1 million, hopefully that has been held back, we will not need that for any number of reasons, most notably because it means we haven't gone through another sort of desperate period of time, but that we might invest in a more significant amount of money to deal with this issue, because there's some lawsuits that are gonna come on this end of it, in terms of which, I don't know I've never actually looked at the case law on this, but, we've done work on these streets. We've created an expectation on these folks, whether it's been taken formally or not.
So, officially, I guess we didn't look at spending ARPA money on any of these streets. The first reason why we didn't is because as soon as I heard there was a mention of being able to use these funds for paving, and I know about different thing, was I realized we need to pave Conant Street, Maple Street from Forest to Poplar needs to be paved, High Street needs to be paved, Endicott Street needs to be paved, and Water Street all those need to be paved within the next 2 years. And that just seemed like that's a giant priority of this town, those roads. Those are all arterial roads that you drive them right now, you can see they need
Changing
to.
about the priorities, I'm just saying going
Yeah, so
forward.
so the priority made it, I was like, wow, we gotta get, the priority's gotta go to there.
Yeah.
The second thing, if we tried to look at the ARPA we have 85 streets, how would I pick one? I don't know. Maybe I could come up with a way, but I don't know how to say, I'm doing Sally Streets, but not Garden, I don't know. We gotta be thinking
that's a
like
good
that. How
place to
can we
start.
address this?
Right, start there.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
But that was one of the reasons we've been chipping away at this year after year. Another reason, I think, to chip away at it is I think that there are certain types of funding opportunities out there in the world that are gonna be based on how many miles of public roadway you have. So the more of them we can capture, the better position the town is in.
You're right.
So it's not so much that, you know, the legal status and standing of things. That's not our role to resolve those things here and now, but to capture as much of them as we can. And I imagine that at the end, there'll be, you know, 5 to 10 roadways that are gonna be a problem. And, you know, whenever there's a title issue, you have to go back through the deeds, and there's gonna inevitably be a deed that recites that this property is conveyed to you, you know, subject to the ownership rights of everybody else up and down the way, and it's an old, archaic set issue. There's language in old deeds that refer to every lot owner owning out to the midline of the street, subject to the rights of others to pass. We can't resolve all of that, but we can chip away year by year, 5 to 10 roadways at a time, and I think we have to do it. It's to our advantage, and it also is to the advantage of the citizens of the town. So I would move Articles 12 and 13.
Second.
There's already been a motion and a second. You'll have to wait, Bill. All in favor?
Aye.
You'll be able to get up and ask your question at the next article. Well, you can still say something.
Well, I think didn't we just vote to,
We did both.
on 12, and now we need to vote on 13?
Yeah.
My
Oh, took
motion
both
was
together.
both.
She-
My
her
motion was
her
both.
motion was
Oh,
both.
okay,
She
sorry, Bill, I was
snuck
trying
both of them in
to,
there.
trying to give
I
you
saw
enough.
that hand start to go up. No, I'm kidding. You know that that's not true. You know that's not true.
Believe it, Bill.
Again, Bill Bradstreet, town meeting member, precinct 1. What we're going through now with accepting ways or roads, that's in the past. Presently, a developer takes care of it or pays for it so that we don't, it doesn't come out of our pocket down the line because someone didn't cross their Ts.
Yes, that's correct.
So we're just trying to come up to speed.
That's right.
To where we are.
Yes.
So we aren't going to keep doing this for another 100 years or several generations.
Also correct, yes.
Thank you.
Article 14, this is the one we've all been waiting for, maybe some of us have been waiting for. It's on page 10 in the warrant book, and there is a picture in the back of the warrant book, which I think we also, nope, we can put up, which kind of shows in the back of the warrant book, you'll see sort of at the landfill, the area we're talking about. But this is a project we've been talking about for a couple of years. Stephen King is leading the charge here. It's a two-part project. Part one is filling the horseshoe of the landfill with clean fill to prepare for a solar project. The solar project will come next. The solar project is not part of what we're talking about tonight. This is the first half of that, which is a tax-supported project. And Dave, if you want to jump in and give an overview, that'd be great.
Just everyone understand, in order to do this filling project, there are costs. We have to build stormwater system to control the runoff. We have to hire equipment with bulldozers to push up the soil. We need to have a scale to weigh the trucks coming in. However, we are looking at the town to spend $4.5 million to make over $7 million. So there'll be a profit back to the town at the end of this.
And one of the concepts that was discussed with the select board, and we may have touched on it as well, is, you know, one of the objectives the board established in the fall was to sort of accelerate the pursuit of a consolidated or a semi-consolidated public works yard. So we've sent a letter to DCAM expressing interest in one of the properties they have near the state hospital that they're disposing of. And we mentioned with the board during the warrant review that we are starting to rebuild the debt stabilization fund in prep for the next big project. So one of the concepts the board has discussed is, you know, again, we're looking at about $4.5 million in expenses to complete this project, but we should generate somewhere between $6.5, $7.5, potentially $8 million in profit through the sale or the collection of this, and that could be money that could be allocated directly toward the public works project to either offset property acquisition costs, defray debt service costs, build the debt stabilization fund and the like.
Sally?
Where's this income, this $7 million income coming from?
The soil that we bring in will be paid per ton for the soil that comes in.
Oh, the town will be paid
Yep.
for other municipalities to bring fill.
And private contractors.
And the select board had a presentation about a year ago, maybe from Stephen King and David. We had two options. We could accept dirty soil at a much higher price per ton, which came with a lot more upfront costs, monitoring costs, and long-term costs. And risk, or accept the clean fill, which has very little of those long-term liabilities. And so we opted for the clean fill approach. We're still looking at, several $1 million in revenue above and beyond the cost to pursue the project.
So my brain is getting pretty scrambled here, but is this gonna be where you hope to have a solar array?
Correct.
So
We're
that'll be
we're
a
filling in a
future-
big hole to make a nice level place to put a solar array.
Okay, but that would be way beyond this 4.5. This is just preparing the site for that potential use in the future?
Yeah, right when this is done, we'll get that going right away. Planning is already underway for that. And part of our permit with DEP is allowing us to do this because they want us to put a solar array there.
So this $7 million income is limited just to the period of time that we're filling in the land, and then once it's, and that's a 2-year span?
2 years program.
And once that's done, that revenue source goes away?
Yep.
And to be very clear, the funding sources are separate. So we're borrowing $4.5 million through the general fund to do this project. The proceeds stay with the general fund. So for example, to pursue a public works yard, then the electric division will pursue the solar project, either building it themselves or entering into a third-party agreement with someone to come and build it. So separate funding sources and separate projects.
So will the electric division own this land, or they'll be leasing the rights to use it or
correct.
something from the town?
Yeah, we'll come up with somehow Danvers Electric will compensate the town for the land, the use of the land.
Okay, I think I got it. Thank you.
Yep. Ted?
Sally asked one of my questions. So if I get this right, the transfer station will still operate, but the landfill in the back will be at the end of its useful life? Is that?
Yeah, it's the landfill way in the back that was closed just over, like 22 years ago it was closed.
Okay, so yeah, it's like past the dumpster where you put the.
Yeah, way around
leaves,
it. Yep,
way
keep going.
past that, yeah, just way past there, okay. So from a citizen standpoint, the transfer station, as we know, will still, for the most part, be.
Yeah, we're talking, and they're coming up with an operational plan. We're probably even gonna stripe a third lane coming up at the end of East Coast Road.
Yeah.
So the trucks going to this facility will drive right past everything.
Okay.
And not hold anybody up.
The second question is there any volatility in the price per ton of the soil disposal?
Yes.
That could undo some of the economics for us?
Yeah, so right now, we've tried to be very conservative in looking at other places that are taking soil with our marketing, so we as we spend this money, and so we're gonna have to watch that. The biggest thing is the DEP wants us to get it done in 2 years, so but if we can't get it in at the right price in the 2 years, we're gonna have to talk to DEP about that.
Okay. That's it for me.
Mike?
Will this eliminate the specialists that used to come in every year and used to have to pay them $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 for the
No,
gas?
So, actually, the gas extraction system is gonna have to continue. That's all related to the trash that's buried under there. So as long as that keeps creating methane, that's going to continue. And we still will have to continue our monitoring of the groundwater and the monitoring wells around the site.
Okay.
Can't get out of that, sorry.
You'll have to deduct that from the $7 million.
Yeah, it's gonna,
profit
right.
you're making. Thank you.
So, we're not going to excavate anything. We've got basically a basin there that we're filling in.
Exactly.
Which is an old dump,
Yep.
correct?
Yep, we just have to scrape the topsoil off, and then that's
Right.
it. Start in.
Okay. And then we're going to, we're borrowing $4.5 million over how long a period?
So we're expecting to do it as temporary borrowing, so we'll be paying it back
Right.
almost as the money's coming in.
So we expect to pay that off relatively short period of time?
So we'll take a look at our overall debt picture, but yeah, the current plan would be to just run bans for 2 years, let the proceeds come in, fall to free cash, and then appropriate to pay the ban off.
This is where someone's got to explain this to me now. We're getting paid to take clean soil.
Yep.
The people that are delivering the clean soil, where's their profit?
Well, so an example would be street sweepings. You have to dispose of your street sweepings somewhere. You have to pay to dispose of those street sweepings. So if you're collecting them, I'm just making up Beverly, it would be very attractive for them to only have to come to Danvers to do that, and we're charging a market price to collect that soil from them.
Okay.
So if they're contracting that out, their contractors are gonna be charging them for, Service Plus, and they'll be factoring in the price they're paying us
So
as part of that.
someone has to get rid of this quote, clean soil.
We'll be accepting clean soil.
Yeah,
It'll be
okay.
tested. I believe it gets tested as we're accepting it to make sure. So as the soil's coming in, we'll have, go ahead,
So
sorry.
how it has to happen is a company calls us up and says they have soil they want to bring in. They do tests. They send the tests into us. We approve it. So they're approved to bring in X number of loads. It's a licensed site professional, has to sign off. It can't just be the owner of the company. It's a licensed professional to sign off that he tested the soil. This is what it is. This is the pile that we're getting. Then when it comes to us, we do certain spot checks on that soil that we have to haul it aside and do a spot check on it.
Let me try to just get it through my head. Beverly, Peabody, and Salem sweep. They deposit their clean soil to a company who gets paid by Beverly, Salem, and Peabody to take that soil.
So you're
Is
right.
there- right?
Yeah, right. Danvers sweepings. We pile Danvers sweepings up, and then we pay a company to haul
Take
it out,
away,
haul
and
it
that
away.
company gets paid to take that, and they in turn pay you to take it off their hands.
Yep.
Of course, they're making money at the end first. Okay, I got it. No problem. Thank you. Moving on.
Okay.
Yep.
Mike?
Good, thank you.
Eric?
My question just got asked and answered.
Okay, any questions from the audience? Yep. Tim?
Thank you, Tim Donahue, Precinct 4. So I'm now a little bit lost, because when we speak about clean fill and clean soil in the industry, it's either glacial till or it's loam or stuff like that. Street sweepings are absolutely not considered clean fill. It's got asphalt in it, it's got salt remnants in it, it's got hydrocarbons in it from the cars. So I'm just curious, are we actually taking in clean fill, or is there a definition that I have not heard of before in the industry?
So it's a class of soils that come out of trenches and street sweepings with the right testing can qualify for it. So that's like, and when we found all the different types of soil, that was like what we would call the dirtiest soil we could find, is street sweepings that met all these criteria could come. Some street sweepings, especially in some cities, won't pass and couldn't come. But in rural towns, the street sweepings would pass.
I probably caused the confusion when I was delineating between the dirty soil that the DEP was gonna require heavy monitoring on versus what we've decided on, which is maybe slightly dirty soil.
Yeah, nothing out of, and there's a, and I apologize, I can grab it for you, but it's like a class 1 or a class 1A soil. There's a nomenclature to it established by the DEP. We know exactly what it is.
Anything else? Is there a motion?
Move Article 14.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Great. Going to 16.
Go for it, Dave.
All right, so Article 16, as we look at our culvert programs over on Adams Street, right about in the middle of Adams Street, there's a culvert that goes under the road. It is very close to the homes there. We're coming up on gonna have to do a replacement of that because the swale is close to the homes and it is eroding. This year, workload and everything, we just like to get the design process started on that. The design is approximately $44,000, and we propose to get the design going. We would plan to replace that in the coming years. We're not sure exactly where the funding is gonna come from that, but we wanna get ready for it. Worst case scenario would be a bond through the sewer division in future years.
Eric?
How far in advance are you thinking? So, this gets done, are we 5 years out, or is it could be soon?
Town engineer would love to do it next year.
Okay.
So we've got to look at workload. It's ready. We'd like to get it. The funding's coming because in the next couple of years, we'd like to get going on it, if we can get the funding arranged.
Thanks.
Mike?
You're good.
I'm all set.
No questions.
Sally?
I have no questions, thank you.
Questions from the audience? Is there a motion?
I'll move the article.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes.
Article 17, comprehensive lining and spot repairs in our sewers, page 11 in the warrant book. Take it away, Dave.
So we have a lining inspection and cleaning program of our sewer lines that we've been going on, comprehensive cleaning and inspection. That identifies defects in the sewer system. Could be a punched hole in the line, a broken manhole, all the identify that. We take a list of all those problem areas, prioritize them, and then we put them together and put a repair contract out to repair spot areas of the system. We're requesting $750,000 for this project to do that. And due to this is the town manager said earlier, right now sewer retained earnings are in good shape. They're above our policy. We could fund $750,000 out of cash and retained earnings and not have to borrow these funds. We have borrowed for these type of projects in the past. But so it's spot repairs around various locations of the system.
Sally?
So spot repairs are sufficient for this purpose? You don't have to do a long section of piping to accomplish what's necessary?
It could be a liner on a length of section, could be even part of, where we just go in the existing pipe and put a liner from manhole to manhole. It could include that, but it's not digging up and replacing whole lengths, streets of pipe.
Thank you.
Good.
How many more years do we expect? It sounds like this is like a proactive, fairly high ticket investment we're making. How many years do you foresee this to be part of the budget?
Hard to predict. We have 8 basins, and then there is sub-basins also around town, and we're getting out there. It's all going to depend on how tight we want to get our system and how it holds up. Parts of the system are getting older, and now we're going around for our second inspection of all the lines. We're finding stuff that we didn't see the first time. So difficult question to ask, but I'd say some level of maintenance we're going to continue for a long time, whether it's $100,000 a year or $800,000. We'll keep doing something just to keep, because we know the costs at SESD are going to keep going up. We want to tighten our system up.
Okay.
And the other thing is, doing these repairs is far less expensive than tearing up and replacing the sewers.
Right.
And we want to get at them before something drastic happens.
Yeah, no, I'm more just trying to get a feel for where there might be relief in the budget, because I know where there's going to be some pain coming.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No questions.
Paul?
I'm all set.
Good.
Nothing.
Anything from the audience? Is there a motion?
I'll move the article.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
The Meadow Dam, Mr. Chairman? So the Meadow, which is actually over off of Holton Street, this is one of our dams that we're required to do inspections on, and we have authorized $7,500, which is the inspection. And on this dam, usually if items pop up, we've been able to do maintenance on it ourselves.
Great. Eric?
Nothing.
Mike?
No, good.
Paul?
All set?
Mike?
All set.
Ted?
Nothing.
Sally?
So this will be to do an inspection.
Yep.
And the
Yep.
inspection will lead to a report, and that report could generate the need to do something at the dam.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Anything from the audience? Is there a motion?
Move the article.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Article 19, next year we're going to put this one back with the other one. And so here's the next phase of our cleaning and lining, our cleaning and TV inspection of the lines, which we're going around the town for our second time through.
Sally?
So unlike Article 17, this is to continue with the CCTV inspections?
Correct.
And it's to, I guess you've identified which sections of the town you're talking about.
Yep, the town engineer has a whole systematic way of going around town. Also, part of this, in the 200,000, we put a contract out for, this is the area of town we want to go. There's part of the contract that's like, if bad areas pop up, if we get like all of a sudden high flow in an area or grease, we will direct the contractor to that problem area. Or if we were worried part of the system was failing, we keep a little of it in case to do investigative work.
Now, before you said that in some areas of town you're doing a second review, are these all first time?
Nope, these are all second time. So these were done 10 years ago, or probably 12 years ago now.
Okay, thank you.
I have no questions on this one.
No questions.
All set.
Good.
No questions.
Okay. Bill?
This work, as I understand it, this cleaning would be done by contractors?
Yes, it's a private contract. We put it out to bid. They come through a machine and clean the lines, and then right behind that, they send a camera through the line.
We had an issue that I'm aware of at 75 Wenham Street, where the contractor put sewage in somebody's basement. And I'll tell you what, and following that case, the customer service from the town was deplorable, in my opinion. How do we hold these contractors responsible for their insurance and things like that, and to be responsible to a resident that they put sewage in their basement?
Before David speaks, I would respectfully disagree that the customer service was deplorable. The contractor's insurance agency worked with the property owner through the normal protocols as they would with any property owner. The property owner and the insurance company couldn't come to a reasonable agreement, and I'm not going to say any more than that, because that's a dispute between a private party, and half the story is out. But I would respectfully disagree with the first statement.
I would also probably, not that it's my job, it's not the town council, but that is a subject of current litigation, so probably isn't worth saying much about anything.
Right.
So, if I can just follow up then. I will just respectfully disagree with the town manager. These are residents, and being that there's legal action, I can appreciate that, but I want it on notice that if we have a contractor in this town that does something like this to a resident, our town employees, in my opinion, should go out of their way to help people. And in this case, that did not happen.
If I could just describe the normal process that we follow. So in the event that a project like this causes damage to a home, the insurance company will come and assess the damage, place a value on that damage, and come to an agreement to compensate for the damage. In the event that that can't be agreed upon, the town is not a party to that. That is between the property owner and the insurance company. And again, I'm not going to say any more than that, but that's normally how this goes.
Bill, before you get back up there, we're going to just keep the conversation to the article, please.
Absolutely. Can we do something? I understand that there are some companies that are self-insured. Perhaps the town of Danvers needs to no longer do business with companies that are self-insured.
That's not the case here.
Is there a motion on Article 19?
I'll move the article.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Article 20, the Lakeview subdivision up off the end of Locust Street has a water booster station that provides adequate water pressure to that neighborhood. Without the booster station, we would not be able to provide adequate pressure. The pump station was put in when the subdivision was built. We've maintained it, we've replaced pumps. It is at the end of its useful life and needs to be replaced. We engaged in engineering study, whether to try to rebuild it, do something different in place, and all the studies came up. It is most cost-effective and better for the long term to build a new station right next to that one. It's a station right there on the ground, and it'll provide a good 20-year lifespan for the next. This one's over 20 years now, and it'll provide a 20-year lifespan, the new booster station. We looked at water retained earnings in the policy, and because this year is in good shape, we can fund the $1.43 million out of water retained earnings and do not have to borrow this money.
Sally?
So the new system will have a 20-year expected,
Correct.
but the current one had a 30-year life
Well,
expected?
so it's warranty 20, we'd like to get 30 out of it.
I
but
see.
Yep.
So that's what you expect with the new system, warranties
least.
for 20, but you hope to get 30?
Yep.
Thank you.
Ted?
I don't think I have any, too many questions. What drove the capacity to fund it out of retained earnings was essentially we had a pretty rainy summer last year, and we
Yeah,
were able to.
the retained earnings got, yeah.
Yep.
And there was enough of a, we returned enough money out of the budget and stuff last year, so.
Okay,
took
no
it.
more questions.
Mike?
No questions.
Paul?
I'm good.
Mike?
Nope, good.
Eric?
I probably should ask this question, General. The 1.4 with rising costs, do you think that's still a fair number?
There's an escalator built in.
Okay. Thank you.
Questions from the audience? Yep.
So seems like a good amount of money, and I'm curious, there's quite a few nice houses up there, and will their water service be interrupted, and if so, for how long?
When they did this design, it appears we can keep the other pump station going while we build this one, so we'll be able to keep pressure up in that neighborhood. Worst case scenario, when we do the switch over, we'd bring in temporary pumps to do a bypass to keep pressure up there.
Great. Anything else?
I'll move the article.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Article 21.
Article 21 are what I think is our brand-new water treatment plant up in Middleton. We just went through a lot of work. We've looked at what the plant needs and have evaluated a few priority items that we need to do inside the building with some mechanical hardware. In addition, the old pump house, which is in the yard when you drive up the pump station, that's still connected to the treatment plant through an old intake in the pond. We need to get that disconnected and get the valves straightened around there. You guys don't care why it was left connected in the original, but we need to get that disconnected in preparation for thinking, what are we going to do with that building long term? Are we going to restore that building, or is that building going to go away? We don't know. But we need to disconnect the lines going to that building and some mechanical work inside the plant. That's a priority work that we need to do at $139,000, once again, out of water retained earnings.
Eric?
Is it for work or for an assessment?
Actual work.
Okay.
Mike?
So when I was first in the town meeting, I used to always sit next to Vern Russell Jr. And Vern Russell, who'd been a town meeting member for about 100 years, never spoke at all unless you did not refer to this as the Vernon C. Russell Water Treatment Plant. So he is in wherever Vern went, and I'm not going to really know where, Vern Jr., but he's a little happier that you're calling it the Vernon C. Russell. So.
Taught me well.
All set.
Mike?
No questions.
Ted?
No questions.
Sally?
Thank you. In the warrant article book on page 13, it says that, the first step is to procure consulting services, and that this request would allow the town to move forward with soliciting vendors and acquiring necessary materials. So are you saying the consulting services, that's already been done?
Some of it's been done. We'll do some consulting and some work out of this, both.
But this should cover the project to completion of this disconnection.
Correct.
Thank you.
Questions from the audience? Is there a motion?
Move the article.
Second.
So inside, I got to back up. As far as the disconnections there, as far as I believe the town engineer has a whole system of how redoing piping out there also once we disconnect this. So there's maybe some additional piping that's going to come along after this also, that's in the yard. But we'll talk about that in years to come.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 22.
Our two reservoirs, Folly Hill and the Danvers State Hospital, both of those, we need to continue to do maintenance on them, cleaning them up. They've been looked at to see what we need to do. And this is relatively modest maintenance to what we need to do to those plants, those two reservoirs. So the one at the state hospital, we need to do the improvements to the hatches where we can access it, get into those, and also look at as it says here, the chipping and patching of the exterior of the dome up on Folly Hill. So it's relatively modest maintenance on these tanks, even though it seems like a lot of money at $103,500. Our state hospital tank, as it says here, is a very old tank with a clay bottom floor. But right now, it's been inspected, it's in good shape. As long as we just keep maintaining it, we can use it. We're not interested in trying to replace that tank in the near future at all. We want to keep the old one going.
Sally?
Thank you. It's kind of a silly question. I should know the answer, but what's the purpose of these two reservoirs?
So the water treatment plant and the wells, how the system works is we pump water up into these tanks, and they are at a certain elevation. And just the weight of that water at a certain height provides the water pressure for everyone else in town. So we pump the water up to the tanks, and then the whole town draws out of those. And that provides the right, because they're at the right elevation to give the proper pressure throughout town.
Thank you.
No questions.
All set.
So we're running a quote reservoir tank that's been built in 1800?
Yep.
Pretty good longevity.
Right. And then at nighttime, I don't know, at nighttime, various times, we can at times shut the plants off and just run off those tanks at night when the demand is low. So we don't have to have people 24 hours a day at times.
What would it cost today's dollars to put a tank like that in?
A lot. It's,
We were talking about the one up, putting one up in town.
Slightly more than what our garbage.
Stephen
thing is
King's gonna
be.
kill me if I put a number on it. I'm gonna say 15 million and he's gonna kill me, but I don't
A
know.
little bit of the 1800 price?
Oh, yeah, the 1800 price, yeah, we should go look it up.
Yeah.
We gotta call Dick, we gotta
Thank
find,
you, that's it. I'm all set.
Mike?
I'm good.
yeah.
Eric?
Nothing for me.
Questions from the audience? Is there a motion?
The article?
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
So Emerson Brook Dam, this is the dam at the outlet to Emerson Brook in Middleton. So this is our backup reservoir. So we pump water out of Middleton Pond for the treatment plant. This is the secondary reservoir that's upstream. We pump water from this reservoir into Middleton Pond. This reservoir, this dam was an old sawmill dam, then it became a concrete mill dam, then we built a water supply dam on top of that. We've seen it damaged in the past. We've had to do some repairs to it. You see on there that it was last inspected in April of 2018. So we need to get at it and get a harder look at the dam, at the condition it's in, and do an assessment report on this to plan to keep this in good shape for the future.
Eric?
In general, when we're looking at these numbers, is it a combination of internal work and contracting out, just depending on the project?
No, this would be, we'll have internal hours are not in this number. We do internal work on it. This is what we expect the contracted number to be
Okay,
for professional assistance.
thank you.
Mike?
I'm good.
Now, this reservoir dam, that water goes where?
We pump it from there to Middleton Pond.
Okay, and then where does it go there? I mean,
Oh, then goes into the treatment plant.
treatment plant.
The treatment plant sucks out of Middleton
The Vernon
Pond.
C. Russell treatment plant.
Yep, the Vernon Russell treatment plant, yep.
Okay, and does it ever go into one of those two tanks?
And
Oh, yeah, so then after the water goes through the treatment plant,
Right,
it goes into the tank.
gotcha.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Okay, all set.
No questions.
Ted?
No question.
Sally?
Thank you. So this is to do an evaluation.
Yes.
This isn't for work.
Nope.
And this is coming from water retained earnings.
Correct. The
Got it.
last time we did work was in the Mother's Day storm in 2006. We had a failure on the side of this dam, and we got FEMA money to do some work on this dam. That was the last time we really did a lot of work on the dam.
Thank you.
Anything from the audience? Is there a motion?
Move the article?
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
So Article 24, Mr. Chairman?
Finally.
All right, building, our favorite. On building improvements, we've got them in categories. I can fire through the categories and look up quick to see if there's questions or whatever your pleasure.
Why don't we do that? Because, yeah, if anyone has a question, just shout it out
There we go.
through this.
So in the schools, we have $96,000 worth of improvements. The first one is now we're moving over to Great Oak and doing the carpet replacement into vinyl tile, like we've done at our other elementary schools. So the carpet's worn out. We're going to work our way through the school to replace the carpet with vinyl tile. $30,000 for 4 classrooms. Also at Great Oak, one of the doors on the front is in very poor condition. The concrete has been eroded. We've patched it a number of times. It needs extensive repairs and $8,000 worth of repair to it's a concrete stairway in the front of the building over by the gym. We would like to continue with the replacement of the water fountains through the schools. We can do that through the WUMP program, as this will save money. This is a water conservation device, and it will allow the students to fill up water bottles, which they'd like to do.
Not being called correctly.
What do you want to call them, bubblers?
The bubblers.
The water bubbler.
Well, and will they have like the water bottle?
Yes, it'll have the
filler?
water,
Yeah.
the bubbler will have the water bottle filler.
Do you know the cost of those per unit off the top of your head?
So it's, I believe this is 4, so it's 18,000 divided by 4.
Thank you.
Holton Richmond, the front stairs on the historic part of it. We need to do some work on those, repair the historic round windows, mostly over on the Richmond building, right there. There's actually a restroom underneath the stairs on the Richmond building. That's actually, it's occupied space underneath there. And then we have $25,000 for classroom modifications that we'll see what the need arises for changing any program spaces that they have through the year. Questions on schools? Seeing none, Endicott Park, we proposed $60,500 in repairs. Over at the Visitor Center, which we used to call the Carriage House, one of the existing foundation sills is in very poor condition, needs to be repaired. It's not a job that we really want to do in-house, so it would be a contracted work with some assistance from our staff, $8,500. The second one is the replacement of the water heater and the boiler in that building. Right now, we have various systems. We have propane and oil, some electric heat, it's old systems and a mix mash. What we would like to do is do a pilot project of replacing it with electric heat and electric devices to heat the water. So we'd use energy efficient devices. We'd make this as a poster child, show you how you can do it. And this is what we can do to keep it warm in New England temperatures, and we'd fund it through our Danvers Electric Division Energy Efficiency Program. So it'd be $40,000 from that program to do our pilot study and get it all on electric efficient units. Oddly enough, we get rid of the fossil fuel in the building, but yet we still have a very historic chimney coming out of the roof that needs to be repaired. So I either need to repair the chimney or take it out. And right now, we don't believe any of the village district or historic district would like to take the chimney out. We'll double check that, but right now we would recommend spending $12,000 to fix the chimney, which would be there for mostly aesthetics. Over at the fire station. So Engine 2, our building supervisor, Leif Rockner, he spent some time up at Engine 2, and found that it's kind of like our forgotten son up there in the western part of town. So we've gone in, the living quarters where our firefighters are spending 24 hours a day are in very poor condition. We need to do a better job and get it dressed up for them. I don't think we haven't spent money painting it inside since I've been here. So it's, picture it as it's like a big house, a 6-bedroom house with a locker room and a crew bathroom and hallways, and so quite a lot of square footage. The cost that we've gotten, the quote is $30,000, and that would paint everything, all the living quarters on the side. It'd be the hallways, the 6 bedrooms, the locker room, the bathrooms, everything, the kitchen, living room. Coming attraction is also on the list. It didn't make it this year. We really need to do the kitchen over. So we'll have it on the list probably for next year to renovate the kitchen over at Engine 2.
I'll ask it for you. Because it's 11:15 and nobody's here that is going to really yell at me. But have we done an analysis as to whether or not we still need a separate station at Engine 2?
Chief Pyburn was asked that question within the last few years and made a pretty strong case that we do.
I'm saying, have you done?
Not in the last several years, no.
Independent from course, I mean, nothing against the fire department, but they're gonna say, of course we need it.
And I'll swing back and defend that it's probably one of the busiest engine companies north of Boston, just because it services such a large area of that side of town. I think it's smart to have emergency apparatus over there. That being said, $30,000 to paint the inside of that building is absolutely asinine. And that's just, I just had the interior of my house painted for a lot less than that. And is this DPW staff that would be doing the painting?
This is a contracted price. This is hiring contractors.
Okay.
So you figure the price, I don't know what you spent, but average three-bedroom home is around $10,000 to $12,000 to paint the inside of a house. And,
Well, it's not much bigger than that.
oh yeah, well,
6 bedrooms.
Yeah,
Yeah.
small bedroom. I mean, this isn't a luxurious bedroom. It's a sleeping
You pay for
quarter.
every corner that gets cut.
yeah.
It's well,
We'll
it's
go through
crazy.
another quotation process. This is the number, and we'll see. And hopefully the numbers will come down. Everyone knows it's hard to find people right now, but that's the price I got to go with for today.
Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's absolute rate work. Yep.
I gotta say, the roadway behind the fire station is in very poor shape.
Yeah.
Probably a
Is
private
that
way.
extension,
Yeah.
is that Hathorn? I don't know the name of that street. It goes behind the Leahy.
Yeah. See, it's not a town street.
Not a town street. It's really in awful shape, and there's a couple group homes on that street.
Yeah.
And by the way, the stop sign right behind Leahy is completely white. There's
Yeah.
no red on it anymore. You can't even, other than the shape, you wouldn't know it was a stop sign.
Yeah. There's a couple bad potholes in Hawthorne. Yeah. I'd have. We have to check.
Yeah.
The question was asked from the audience: is it a state road?
It might be.
It might be a state road, but meaning, yeah. So it'd be under the care of DCAM. So it's probably a DCAM state roadway.
Yeah, I'm almost sure it is. Yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense. So, but we could talk to the people over at Hogan and say, why don't they get over there and take care of that? I mean, somebody's plowing it, so we'll check into that. Endicott Park, chimney, then second one over at Central Fire down here on High Street. We took a look at the lighting, and that's the next one that came up on our efficiency program. We can get in there and replace the lights with new energy-efficient LED lights, give them better lighting, save a lot of electricity, and we can pay for it through our electric energy efficiency program.
What's going on with those doors?
Oh.
I hate to ask the question, but they look like junk. Did they get hit a few times, or?
They're a high-maintenance door. Whether or not
And
they
a
get hit,
high-maintenance-
something goes
never
wrong,
mind.
they come down. It's, we replaced the hardware with heavy-duty hardware. Originally, the doors were not designed for the right service life. The original ones that went in there were designed to only go up once or twice a day, not 10 times a day like they do. It's a different, so we've worked hard to change them into this next service, so they can stand up to how many times they have to open and close every day. But it's been a project. It's a type of door that's going to need a lot of maintenance, and that's what it is.
Can we at least paint the plywood?
Yeah, well, now we're into supply chain.
Use some of that $30,000 to paint those
Right.
doors.
You know that stuff's been ordered. We just got to wait for it to come in. So, if we knew it was going to be this long, we probably would have painted the plywood. But
Paint the plywood. The doors will come in next week.
yeah, they'll be right. Yeah, the panel will be right in. Moving on, the library. The library, the fire alarm control system and a lot of the fire alarm devices through the building are out. And they have an expiration date, and we have to get through and replace it. And the fire companies asked us to replace the panel up front. It's replacing that system. Unfortunately, the cost is $32,270. We've worked with the fire department on what needs to happen there. It'll be tied into their supervisory system. Over at the library, up on the second floor, that one's the other one that came up on our lighting efficiency program. Get rid of the old fluorescent lights and put LED lighting on that second floor. Once again, it'll be out of our energy efficiency program, better light, and we'll use less electricity. Over to Senior Center. Since the building was built, the department, we've had trouble getting heat into the director's office. They've done a number of workarounds. It's literally portable heaters are had to use in the winter. We're recommending let's get this fixed once and for all, add another zone, get proper heat in that director's office like what should have been done in the beginning when the building was built. Make it comfortable. Over at the Senior Center, we did paint the gable ends. We need to paint the back that faces the soccer fields. Time to get around, paint that. The number we've got on that is $25,000. The Rotary Pavilion. Town meeting appropriates some money for us to study the pavilion. We got underneath that thing, found we need another concrete support. We need steel beams under there. We got to change the roof trusses. So we need to spend $90,000 on stuff to make it safe and bring it up to commercial building code. Then when we get this done, we're going to work with the Rotary Club together on joint projects about the railings and the roof and all that other stuff that we want to keep working on to keep it in good shape. But before we can do anything, we got to do this
Make sure
work.
it doesn't fall into
It's
the-
all structural underneath.
Thank you very much, Rotary.
Town Hall, we have the historic front wood on the front of this building. You see some chipping out there. It's come up. It's time to scrape, prime, and paint that. $15,000. And the other one is the
What's it been,
town.
about 12 years since we've been back in here, since the renovation?
Oof, late in the night for me to be grabbing dates.
But not much
Sounds
more-
light,
all right,
because
yeah.
around, yeah, I'd say between 12 and 15 in that.
Okay,
in
sorry,
here.
sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt, yeah.
Dave, I worked with you for 7.5 years. I think that's the first time I've ever heard you come up empty on a question like that.
Yeah, I didn't want to stab
You
at
guys
it. I
have worn
wanted to
them
get
out.
it right. It was like, Town Hall electric lock system. This has been on the wish list for a few years to do now. It's a good idea. We have a multi-layer key system in this building, which it's a lot of maintenance, and we can't keep track of the keys. They're expensive. Now we have the ability to do a fob system on the exterior door locks. It's expensive because the doors aren't set up for this. We got to drill in the historic doors, run the wires, get power to them. And then we'll have a fob system, matches our other buildings. We know who's coming and going. We can turn one on, we can turn one off, and the cost is $20,828. And then the last one is the buildings modification. If we have program changes that come up, we need to build an office or someone change things around in town buildings at the discretion of the town manager. We have $25,000.
I just have a vision of Colby being the only one with the key.
The only thing, they don't work on his secret room at the high school. We can't get into that one.
I'll move the article.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Anyone from the audience have anything?
Yes, I had one question too.
Go ahead, Ted, while he's going up.
Well, is this, I've come to question my short-term memory in the past few months, but is this this feels like a fairly large kitchen sink of appropriations relative to the normal years? Is that not the case? It seems like a lot.
Last year's
Like,
was low. I mean, I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
we had, during COVID, we were pulled back pretty considerably on these. This may be relatively high, but it's not outside of the, it's annually, it's a long list of small projects. And it's appropriated as a single appropriation so that if one of them runs 10% over, we have other places to go to get the work done.
Okay.
It's possible Colby might still have to hold on to the keys.
Bill?
Just a quick one, and I guess this would go back to perhaps the selectmen could look at this, but is it time to consider with the Rotary Pavilion that perhaps we should just let it go or demand that private funds support it? I don't know how often it's used. It was a great gift, and it's worked for a long time. But I'm going to be hard-pressed at town meeting to vote in favor of $90,000 for it.
Didn't we do something recently with that too? Wasn't there like
There was a small appropriation a couple
appropriation
years
recently.
ago
Last
to
year.
investigate it.
We did the $10,000 for the investigative. Before that, we've done some railing replacement, we've done some eave replacement, some decking replacement, handicap ramp work. There has been work done on it through the years. It's, in past years, pre-COVID, the recreation department put together a whole package of concert series, everything down there, that we find, we have good electricity to it. It gets used quite a bit.
Yeah, there is a lot of use.
We talked to the Rotary Club about all kinds of options. Should we pick this up and put it on dry land? Should we just not have this and build a structure more like what we have at Endicott Park? They just built that new at Endicott, the thing, and then we really got looking around and realized that, yeah, it's an expensive building to maintain. However, it's built to fit with the library. We have a very historic library, and this is built to match the library. It all goes in with that whole estate feeling, and really kind of feels like Danvers. And that's, so I don't know. I mean, I know it's 90,000. It's a hard thing, Bill. I understand, but I know I've sat down on a lawn for a lot of events, and it's very nice. Yeah.
Sorry, I gotta follow up on this.
Fire away.
So 90,000 is the cost for this small part to just keep it from falling into the pond. Do we have any idea about how much it would cost to actually repair the pavilion to the level that we would want it so that it's in great shape?
So we're working on those estimates, but we can figure there's another $30,000 to $40,000 worth of work to do. And the Rotary Club is working hard to be able to step up and help us with the next phases. That's the commitment we've got from them is they're fundraising, they're working on that. They've taken a hit from COVID also, but they want to participate in those next phases with us.
Well, how much would it be to just move it on dry land and not have the issues with it? Do you have a rough idea?
It's going to cost over $90,000 by the time, because I got to build a foundation under it.
Yeah, okay.
And just, I think what we learned when we went underneath, it's not as if the pier and the steel beams that were there originally failed. It's that, in hindsight, it should have been constructed differently from the start. So this ought to be, nothing lasts forever, but this is a construction that probably should have been done from the beginning. Yeah. And I wanted to echo what David said. The Rotary's been very willing to partner with us. When they thought this was a cosmetic project and not a structural project, they were ready. And then we suggested we pause and focus on the structural pieces first before we come back and talk about restoring the top.
Yep. We do things a lot different now. The new pavilion at Endicott Park, the building inspector's office, my staff, we all worked with Rotary on that, on the design. It's a low-maintenance, long-lasting building.
There's been a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Grounds improvements. The first one, so we are at the top of page 17, over to Tapley Park. That's a ball field. It's been a long time since we've done regrade and repair of the infield. This is when we tear up the perimeter of the base paths. We get in there, get the clay back out from underneath that. We laser grade it, resod, get rid of the tripping hazards. $18,000. This is routinely, we do this to our fields every 10 or 12 years as we kind of rotate through.
Are the little leagues helping us with?
Yeah,
the
they're
money
helping
anymore?
on top of this.
Okay.
Yep.
I can actually help in. I think it's $5,000 that we're putting in.
Yep.
Infield sod only?
Yeah, infield saw, yeah, and it's right on the edge of the base fields, right on the outside of the base paths. Over to John George Park. So it's an older playground back in 1997. We've repaired parts and pieces of it, and we did a new surface. We got rid of the tiles and did a poured-in-place surface there when it was failing a number of years ago. The Recreation Department has gotten a grant to do a replacement of the structure itself of $150,000. Total replacement cost of the structure is $195,500, and that is using the majority of the poured-in surface that we put there. We can still use that surface, and what they can do is put the new structure there, and any places where there's a gap, they can pour a piece of surface in and pour surface in around the new structures. So the town would have to kick in $45,500, grant of $150,000, and we get a new structure, replacing the 1997 structure at John George.
Is that the oldest playground that we have up now?
The oldest one is, the ones that are proposed under the ARPA funding, is the one over at Thorpe. I believe Thorpe is the oldest one there. And so that one's going to be replaced with that funding.
Thank you.
And then we get this one, and then after that is Cabot, I believe.
What's the life expectancy of the ones going in?
15 to 20 years. We've got a number of backstops around town that have the bottom of the fence fabric is curling up. We need to cut the bottom out, put a rail on the bottom, get new fabric in. And then we also need to replace the high netting over at Burley Field. that protects the playground. It's on the wood poles. You can see it's torn up. So the total cost of that repair work is $14,600. Like to get a lot more lifespan out of these backstops. The next one, we need to pay for half of the Gaga pit over at Riverside School. So this is the latest fad, the walls that go around. And we have one in town already. This will be the second one.
I did look this up and I read from my phone at the select board meeting in case anyone missed. It's a sport that it's like a version of dodgeball, came out of Israel. I think it's like an octagon-shaped wall. You play with your hands or your feet, and if the ball strikes you, you leave the pit. If you've ever been on the rail trail through Topsfield and you look to your right as you're crossing their playground, they have one built out of wood. These are apparently wildly popular.
So it's gonna be like,
My mother-in-law is a big booster
Of the Gaga pits?
of these pits.
it's gonna be like 35 years ago, we had the little hoops that had the 4 things that came out.
That's
You
also
waited
at the
to
top
catch
of the
it.
playground next to the Gaga pit, Mike, if you go. We know our way around.
I wonder what one of those
playgrounds.
costs, right?
Okay.
So after the Gaga pit, we'll get more basic. We have 4 basketball courts around town that have the old metal backboards. We've painted them, painted the hoops, put new nets on. It's time to replace them, put the nice backboards. They're just over $6,000 per court. We'd like to do 4 of them.
How much play do we actually, I think Tapley gets fairly decent, but how about the other Highlands and Riverside?
It's been reported to us they get a lot of play, so that's,
See the middle-
it's not my
middle school a lot.
expertise,
Well,
but
middle
that's.
school, yeah, definitely
Oh,
does,
Richmond
yeah,
gets some.
but.
So at the elementary schools, are they going in at the,
Backboard post and everything, yeah, the whole, yep.
are they going in at the 10-foot level? Or,
Yes, I believe the standard height. But I don't know about Great Oak, if that one is or not. It's probably buried in my notebook right there.
Ju-
I can check on that.
so I just have to say as a parent of a 6-year-old that the 10-foot high court, at an elementary school, 8 or 9 feet, I think the regulation size hoops miss the point with the younger children. You just can't reach, and so
Okay.
it's not going to get as much use with that age group at a regulation size height,
Yeah,
so.
let us kick that question back to rec, and
I
I
would.
could have the answer right there buried in the notebook, but
Okay.
we'll check it out for
And
you.
if it, on the opposite front of that, if it is 8 or 8.5 feet, you're gonna have to watch it because
Other kids would be dunking.
the older kids, we used to go to, there was one in Hamilton that we used to go to play at because it was
Because you could dunk?
In your Jordans?
Right.
almost, I mean, but I felt like Dave Cowens when I was down
So
there.
It's
so.
it's a fair point.
Yeah.
But-
I don't know, Nick or David's not lighting my phone up yet, but I don't, so, we'll check on that for you. Good question.
If there's one in town, I'd like to go. Proper form, instead of the Rick Barry method.
The rail trail surfacing, so for the last few years, we put $8,000 we work with the rail trail committee on what we can do for improvements in maintaining the rail trail. There are some sections of the rail trail that we're able to improve or maintain through Danvers Electric. We did just complete the study of the part north of Wenham Street, going through the ravine. And we have a plan now for some improved drainage there, some new drainage culverts. So Stephen King and I are working on how we can get that done. We'd like to do that in a partnership, maybe a contractor and DPW crews, kind of do a joint thing and get that fixed. We have a plan, and it's on the docket for this season. The high school, the tennis courts, so they have that windscreen along the, I guess it's in poor condition, right along Cabot Road. It's on, to prevent, I guess they really need it for play. And they have a new windscreen that actually has the logo. So it has the school logo in it. Looks really nice. And that needs to be replaced at a cost of $4,000. We all know when we did the stadium improvements, we did not do the perimeter fence. We said we'd do that piece by piece as we could. So we're proposing this year to do 1,300 feet that would start at the far end of the stadium and go up around behind practice football, all the way around behind the back baseball field and loop in and close it in. We're going to have to take a look at a couple spots where people cut through up into Michael's neighborhood and the side. We may put gates there that could be open at times. So we're going to work with the school department and athletics and figure out what's the best thing to do there, so kids don't just cut the new fence.
Yeah, because that's what's gonna happen.
Right.
I mean, honestly, I walk through there when we do, if I'm going that way, so.
There'll be
Sort of
parent,
funny
it
to
won't be
watch
the
me
kids
get
cutting
through,
the
but
fence.
It's Mike's fault.
It'll be the neighbor.
So we got to give that
Happens
some
at
thought.
night, happens at night.
Where's Ann Lander?
Flip over to page 18. We're back to the water bubblers. See, when they're exterior, we call it right here. They're not fountains, they're bubblers to us when they're outside. Want to do the one downtown and the one at the tennis court. So those are $4,000 apiece out of the WUMP program.
Can I ask quick?
Sure.
These, we're not replacing like new water fountains just to have a water bottle filler feature on them.
No, these are older ones that are,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Yep. We've kept them looking nice, but they're older ones. It's Endicott Park, whole bunch of the post and rail fence and a couple of his big timber gates need to be replaced down there. This gets expensive because it's historic. It's all made out of special lumber. But Chris gave us all the pictures and we inspected it. It's in poor condition, needs to be done. And we worked together with the staff there with our equipment and getting some gravel there to fix the roads. And this year, it needs a little bit more work than what we can do. We need to bring a motor grader in and some processed gravel. We put an estimate together where Chris did of $8,000 to improve those roads. The street division already is going out there now. We're gonna do some work before we do this, but this will get the roads graded, get them in good shape. And down at the Crane River Marina, there's 4 walkways and 6 finger floats that they're worn out. They need to be replaced. And Chris has replaced a lot of them. These are the next ones that need to be replaced. Some have been done through grants and other programs, but these are in poor condition and there's just no other funding available this year.
I have a broad question.
Sure.
And maybe it might not be necessarily for you as much for Rodney and Steve. Between Article 25 and 24, do you have an estimate on how much of the money could have been paid for by CPA proceeds? You don't have to get it to me tonight.
We can get that to you.
It certainly feels like some of it probably could have, right? Like,
We can take, well, yeah,
Yeah,
we can
that's-
report that back.
yep.
Any other questions? Anything from the audience? Is there a motion?
Move
on
the article.
Article 25?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Article 26 is our annual drainage maintenance of $25,000, which would fund. We have a number of projects that are bigger than the operating budget can handle that we'd like to get to. However, we always wait towards the end of the year in case something unexpected happens. If we get a failure in our system, this would pay for it. If not, we'd get out there and we have a list of improvements that would go. Various catch basins and pieces of pipe for $25,000 from sewer retained earnings.
Eric, anything? Mike? Nope. Paul?
All set. No questions.
Ted? Sally?
This is specifically for the drainage systems in place, like the, that one near Conant Street there at Burley Farm Road. What's the name of that riverway? I was Fishbrook?
Frost
something?
Fish Brook.
Fish
Yeah.
Brook.
I knew those words were all
Could we
in
do
it,
some
but-
hydropower down there, maybe?
Tidal hydropower.
Yeah.
But that's what this would be for, stuff like
Yep.
that. Okay,
Sure.
Thank you.
Anything from the audience? Is there a motion on Article
I move
26?
the article.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Article 27 is the Dave McKenna article.
Yep.
for our-
Who's going to vote no on it this year?
Which article is that?
27.
27, drainage liability.
Oh, yeah. We doing that one too?
Yep.
I thought we were all done.
Any questions? Any questions from the audience? All in favor?
Aye.
Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? One opposed. Dave, if you're watching.
Dave's sleeping.
He'll appreciate that, though.
Is that it for you, David?
Thank you, Dave. Yeah, that's good.
That was a lot of
Tour de
topics.
force.
We only left about 20 or so, didn't we?
Yeah, well, we're gonna have a long night next week.
We're gonna call it at 11:05?
Oh, because of the
Yeah.
school.
All right,
That's it
thanks,
for us
everyone.
tonight?